Now it's time to Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
All right, well, yesterday was a day of bitching and moaning and complaining. All deservedly so, Johnny, because the Sixers got swept by the New York Knicks.
I make no apologies.
No, not at all. But
not
now
in the least.
We try to figure out what's next, John. And the scary thing is, I don't know how many options they have. But that's the point of having a 4-hour radio show, to try to figure out what the Sixers could do.
Wait, you actually are of the delusion that by the time we close up shop heading into Middays with Marks, we will have answers to the future of the Philadelphia 76ers that they haven't been able to figure out.
How about this?
All these years?
I think we can come up with legitimate suggestions.
Okay.
And I say legitimate, like, I'll trade Joel Embiid for a bag of balls. Like, no. I think we can have legitimate discussions and suggestions.
Okay.
The question is whether or not they listen. And I'm not saying they're listening to the radio show. I'm wondering whether or not they actually think change is necessary, John, because I'm starting to get really scared here. Yesterday was a day where we obviously came on the radio and, it was piss and vinegar, right? We were angry.
Absolutely.
The Sixers,
deservingly so.
Sunday, they showed absolutely no fight. Like, Game 3 was bad, but Sunday was atrocious. It was. We talked about waste of money. We talked about waste of time yesterday morning. Like,
Yep.
it was horrible. And so you're starting to wonder, all right, what can they do? They can't bring this back. Like, I feel like we're having the Phillies discussion, but at least the Phillies have gotten to a World Series and an NLCS with this core, whereas the Sixers team have not gotten past the second round. The organization has not gotten past the second round in 25 years. So, of course, national media members get to talking yesterday.
Sure.
And there's articles being written yesterday. We'll speak with Tony Jones, who had the big one about Embiid and a lot of the players.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There's a lot, and we'll speak with him in the 9 o'clock hour today. But yesterday, Johnny, I see a clip pop up on the timeline from Brian Windhorst on ESPN. And I hate that we're going to do this, but it's basically the first couple of minutes of the show is shooting down a lot of the ideas that a lot of people, I think, want. Here's Brian Windhorst talking about Joel Embiid.
He has 3 years and $192 million left on his contract, which is a new extension, which will begin next season. And that is why I can promise him he will definitely be back. He is not going anywhere. The Sixers do have a couple of free agents, Kelly Oubre, Quentin Grimes, that they have to deal with. But, with him and Paul George locked into enormous salaries, this is going to be a team that's going to mostly have these guys next season.
Do you know what could have happened on Sunday?
What could have happened?
I mean, on Sunday afternoon. It could have been the last game for Joel Embiid.
Yeah, if they didn't do the 3-year extension.
They didn't do the stupidity of this extension. Sunday, we could have seen the last game of Joel Embiid, and the Sixers would have had flexibility, Maxey and Edgecombe to build around, and I have a feeling this fan base would feel totally different about this offseason than they do right now.
Oh, absolutely, because
if
like
right
you said,
now,
optionality.
If you had Embiid, if Embiid was gone, this city would feel completely different about, okay, now there's a way out. There's a way out of this mess. There's no way out of the building, dudes. There's no way out. And nobody in the NBA wants Joel Embiid and that contract. Nobody.
Yeah, we read the article from Tim Bontemps yesterday. Again, we were trying to not shoot down any optimistic view of the future, but there was the article about basically what Wendy just said. The way Paul George and Joel Embiid are getting paid, the way their contracts are working out, there's really no teams that are going to show interest. Now, maybe Paul George, right? I heard Ramona Shelburne.
And I still think that could happen.
Yeah.
I do think there's potential there with a West Coast type club for whatever reason.
She was on Middays with Marks yesterday, and she said maybe he played himself into a legit contender out west that says, hey, we believe that we can do something with Paul George. But here's another question. Do the Sixers want to do it? Because
what do you mean, do they would they want to? Of course they'd want to, right?
Unless they lie to themselves and tell themselves that they're close.
they know they're not close.
So we had Adam Aronson on yesterday, covers the Sixers for the Philly Voice, and this is him. He's not reporting anything, and this is not him giving his opinion. He's basically discussing in this clip what the Sixers organization will have to sit down and come to a realization with.
I mean, this is a team that after Game 4 against Boston looked completely dead in the water, and then puts together the best 3-game playoff stretch that the Sixers have had in the playoffs in 2 decades, and then follows that up with a complete stinker, getting embarrassed in a 4-game sweep and having its arena taken over by road fans to a degree that I've never seen in any NBA city, let alone this one. And that's sort of what I think is going to be the most challenging part of the offseason ahead for the Sixers, is parsing how much good they can take from those 3 games against Boston and how much they have to take away from the other, I think, 91 games that they played from opening night on. Because, I mean, optimists will tell you that stretch against Boston provided a proof of concept for what all of this was supposed to be.
They lost in the second round of the playoffs. They got swept. Like, this is the problem that I'm going to have this offseason, John, if everybody does come back, Daryl Morey and Elton Brand and Nick Nurse. And I'm not even saying Nick Nurse is the problem, right? It's just if everybody is back, much like the Phillies brought everybody back, right? The Phillies brought everybody back.
Yeah, they got a good club.
We complained about that.
Good club.
That sounded very Dave Dombrowski-ish, right? I'm not saying Adam is speaking for the Sixers, but man, we did play really well against Boston.
Yeah.
We just ran into the wrong team in the next round. That's how it sounds from Adam Aronson, who covers the team inside and out. So I'm sure he's talked to a lot of people that may have thought, oh, look at what we were able to do against Boston. Now, if we just get marginally better, you got swept. You lost in 4 games, and you got crushed in games 1 and 4. Like, they weren't even close. And game 3, the score was closer, but game 3 wasn't all that close either.
Game 3 was not close.
Let's face it, they got crushed in 3 out of the 4 games. So when I hear the whole Phillies run it back thing from last year, at least they won a game against the Dodgers. At least they won one of those games.
They blew that series against the Dodgers.
Right. You got destroyed. Like, they got crushed in this series. The Knicks fans took over in Game 4. Like, this is an embarrassing weekend and last week for the Philadelphia Sixers organization that's been filled with embarrassing moments over the years. There's no way they can fool themselves into thinking games 5, 6, and 7 against the Boston Celtics should be enough to bring it all back. Obviously, there's the issues of maybe not being able to trade away some of the players because of the crazy contracts that they have them to. But if they sit down and say, no, look how close we are, they're fooling themselves.
Well, here's the talking point that has to be addressed. Every Sixers fan that will try to say to you, that will still keep the lights on if we just had this happen next year, Embiid comes back and George comes back and everything. Here's the deal. Joel Embiid is there for the taking. If somebody wants him, it's clear they can have him. It's clear they could have him. Nobody wants it. So that should tell you all you need to know. Other teams in the NBA are like, nah, we good. We're good. We don't need Joel Embiid, and we certainly don't need that contract. That's all you need to know. The plan that might be, yeah, let's see what we can do about bringing these guys back and doing it again, is a flawed plan. And it's one that they appear to be going with because mainly I don't think it's the plan they want. I think it's the plan they have no choice but to execute.
Well, and that's the scary
because
thing,
nobody wants Joel Embiid, and to all the people who say, look what he's got in the tank and look what he can do. Nobody wants that contract. Nobody wants him. That should tell you all you need to know. If he was a guy who somebody around the NBA thought, man, Embiid could help us get over the hump and win a title, they'd trade for him. That max contract guys are traded for all the time. They would trade for him. They don't. There's a reason.
So we have multiple questions for you. You guys know the number, 610-632-0975. You can text in Davis Honda text line. You can do the voice memo. You can call in, right? And, of course, YouTube will check out the comments all show. I guess I feel like I'm saying this sarcastically, John, but maybe there are people out there. Did the Boston series, games 5, 6, and 7, make an impact to you as a Sixers fan where you think there's still something in the tank with this group? All right, that's one question. Do you have any optimism with this core, mainly because of games 5, 6, and 7? And then how are you feeling if nothing changes at all? And let's talk about nothing. Nothing is not just should they trade Joel Embiid, yes or no. It's Embiid, it's Paul George. We'll play more clips for you as this show continues. Adam Aronson basically made it clear that they're going to do whatever they can to get Oubre and Grimes back. Like it's now we're now bringing back the same role players. And then there's this clip from Ramona Shelburne. I don't know if she's saying this based off of her own personal opinion, John, or
what she's hearing.
Or what she's hearing. Here she is talking about the status of the Sixers front office. And the last couple words in this clip is what's really going to drive you mad because it drove me mad this morning.
My gut says yes. A week ago, we were talking about how they finally got over the hump and beat the Celtics. I thought that was really important. I think beating the Celtics in the way they did, coming back 3-1, I think that showed this team has it. But DJ Edgecombe can get a lot better. Maxey can get a lot better. I think probably some stuff will come out about just what Maxey was playing with that pinky. I think that was pretty rough that he's been playing with. And I also just why would a change necessarily have to happen?
Why would a change necessarily have to happen? Because I'm watching a baseball team in this city that decided not to make any changes for 3 straight years, and I've watched them go backwards for 3 straight years.
And then they keep doubling down on let's just keep with. They keep adding old man contracts to that team, saying it's eventually going to work. It's not going to work.
And then what happens when they make a change? They made the change, moving on from Rob Thompson, and it seems like the whole vibe of the season changed. For now, it's still early on when they played 13 games as with Don Mattingly as the interim manager. But you saw that change could be good. When I hear Ramona Shelburne say change doesn't necessarily have to happen, I'm sorry, Ramona. I love you. I'm here to tell you that change has to happen. Change has to happen with the Sixers organization.
I think she's speaking there from what she's hearing. I believe Ramona speaks much more from over the years following her work. She speaks much more from what she's hearing than what's actually. Like I don't think she's just offering her opinion.
Well, then if she's hearing that from the organization,
doesn't that scare the hell out of you?
The organization is fooling themselves.
And it scares the hell out of you.
Look, this is coming from me of all people, John. Like they're not going to win anything with this core. Like they're just not. Unless you find the next stud with pick 23 and there's a free agent that you're going, wow, I can't believe they signed with the Sixers. Like a lot of things have to happen. They had no bench. Right? Like, Quentin Grimes did nothing for you offensively coming off the bench. They had nobody off the bench that was going to uplift this team. The one guy that could have, they traded him to Oklahoma City, and Daryl Morey believes that he sold high on him. That alone should be a stain on his resume.
And he's being mocked across the NBA every night. Every night.
And then you just look at the starting lineup. Like, the inconsistencies of the health. I know you've been pushing that message for years now. Like,
You're building around broken foundation,
and the game changes. And look, I don't know which one's better. I don't know if the Embiid off the court Sixers are better or the Embiid on the court Sixers are better. I know that Joel Embiid is a former MVP, and they're pretty good either way. But which is better? You kind of have to pick. You're at a crossroads.
Okay, can we look at the if you just went by the Knicks series? I'm not blaming Embiid for the entirety of the Knicks series at all. But can you not say that they looked the best game they looked was the game they played without him? It's the game where Maxey played the freest. It's the game where they appeared to be the loosest. It's the game where they played the fastest. And isn't that what you have to do in today's NBA? I watch Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City plays like just a.
Well, they can do all kinds of stuff.
They can. They're so versatile. but it's such a well-oiled machine too.
That's because they built a great roster.
But
Shea can do everything. They have shooters. Chet Holmgren could do all kinds of stuff.
Correct. They're fast though. The style of play is so engaging and entertaining, and the style of play when you've got Joel Embiid, the style of play is honestly, I don't like watching it. It's not the style of play that it's not the engaging, exciting style of play in the NBA that is packing arenas anymore. It's not.
No, but again, playoff basketball is more half court, and so you start thinking
Someone needs to tell Oklahoma City that. Someone needs to tell them that.
I mean,
they're flying all over the place.
They play half court basketball.
They do. They can't. No, they can. They don't prefer to play it. They can play it. They don't prefer to play it. They want to push the basketball. And there was eras of basketball where they didn't do that, where it didn't slow down like this and come to an absolute drag. It's a drag.
No, I mean, look.
They got it. Look, like I can just pray for change and just pray and pray that we're finally going to get it. And hearing Ramona yesterday, and I did hear it going into the gym, and I was a little depressed.
Yeah, because it almost feels like they are realizing that there's what? Are we just going to make change for the sake of change? Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm saying the same thing about the Sixers. Just take out the name Phillies and put in Sixers. Yes.
We are going to make change for the sake of change.
Like you need to.
What more data do you need to know that building around Joel Embiid is not going to work?
Yeah, I just don't understand what you guys think a different president of basketball operations or a different GM can do.
A different set of eyeballs?
A different set of eyeballs for what? To make the Embiid contract disappear? Unless it's an Etsy witch. You can just wave the wand and say that doesn't exist anymore.
I watched Daryl Morey make the Al Horford contract disappear.
The same thing.
Connor, what I'm going to say to you is this. Could you, under any conceivable way, do you think a different head of basketball operations would not have traded Jared McCain?
We're not doing that. He's already
traded. Wait a minute. We're not doing that. You asked me.
I'm telling you, he's already traded.
Connor, I understand that. What I'm saying to you is the next guy you hire maybe wouldn't be that dumb to make that move. So, yes, a new basketball operations guy, I can take and I can go into it saying, yes, I believe that guy isn't going to do something as dumb as to trade away assets like a young player like Jared McCain.
Yeah.
So, yes, a new basketball operations guy, I can sit there and say, I feel better that this guy's going to have a better plan.
You're not hearing me. That is a fireable offense, but it's already done. And
but you asked me, why would I feel confident that a new guy is going to be able to do something? He doesn't have to be an Etsy witch. I could just have more confidence that the new guy is not going to be as bad as the old guy.
Okay, so you sleep easier at night. Embiid's still on the team. Paul George is still probably on the team. You're still going to have injury issues. You're still locked into these contracts. Like, nobody's changing that. I don't care if you bring God himself to be the president of basketball operations.
And I'm going to trust that the decisions that are going to be made by the new guy are going to be better than the decisions that were made by the old guy, who obviously made one of the stupidest moves that the NBA has seen in multiple years, that it's being mocked over and over again by pregame shows, by broadcasts, that people are saying, what are you doing? I will absolutely sleep better saying, I'll trust that the next guy is going to be a better steward of the decisions that he makes. I'll feel better about it. That will absolutely. I don't need an Etsy witch to say I feel better about somebody else making the calls.
Can Elton Brand do it?
With Dave Dombrowski, with somebody else other than Dave Dombrowski, would you sleep better at night if somebody else other than Dave Dombrowski was running the Phillies right now?
I would, even with contracts that you already have the contracts.
Would you?
It would be different ideas.
I would.
I think they're very similar in that they've been locked into a lot of this stuff for a long time.
Let me ask some, Connor. Do you need Quentin Grimes on the Sixers next year?
No.
Daryl Morey seems to really want.
He's obsessed with
Quentin Grimes.
I don't need him not on the Sixers.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is, like, Daryl Morey clearly has a thing for certain players. I mean, look, he literally brought back the Rockets a couple years ago, right?
He certainly did.
We had the Philadelphia Rockets. Like, he clearly has a vision, and he's
nostalgic.
Sure, and that vision has not worked. Right? And so what happens in sports when a vision or an idea or a plan is not working? You typically move on to the next person, or you give them a second crack at it. And his second third, fourth cracks at it have not worked. Like, Paul George was a big signing that he made, and it was a major signing that, look, he played really well against Boston. But is anybody saying that the signing for Paul George has been worth it?
Yeah, it's not even about what Morey can do. There is no other crack at it. All right? This depends on if you believe Embiid and George can be moved. I firmly do not believe either of those contracts can be moved.
I can believe there is someone who comes in here, much like someone who would come in and run the Phillies. If Dave Dombrowski was shown the door at the end of this year, somebody else who comes in and runs the Phillies is still stuck with the stupid albatross old man contracts that Dave Dombrowski signed. But I absolutely believe, like let's say it's Preston Mattingly, which I believe it will be. Preston Mattingly's vision for how to get out of the mess, I would trust more than Dave Dombrowski's. The man who made the mess.
Listen,
I absolutely would trust it more.
There is no vision on getting out of these contracts. There's not.
No, not necessarily it's the other moves that have to be made. It's not repeating the same mistakes over and over again.
The other moves are not enough.
Or there is another way
What's that?
to go about it, and I will bring it up coming up next.
You mean there's light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, no, you might not like it. But I'll bring something up.
No. I want ideas, so bring it to the table.
Also, it's not just going to be crush the Sixers day. You know, they deserve it. We got a schedule announcement?
Mm-hmm.
The NFL schedule, all of it comes out Thursday night. And so Friday morning will be W's and L's days.
Yeah,
I can't wait.
That's what you think.
We already have a game to give a win or a loss to for the Eagles.
Nah.
Got announced yesterday. We'll talk about it. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers fallout continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is starting to evaluate what moves they will make this offseason. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne joined Middays with March yesterday and talked about the future of Daryl Morey and Joel Embiid and a lot of folks with the Sixers organization. Here she was on Joel.
My gut says yes, and I also just, why would a change necessarily have to happen? I'll say this about Bob Myers. I don't think he wants that job. He's not trying to take over as the president.
Or rather, that was on Bob Myers taking over. So it seems like the Sixers could be looking at running it back. Tony Jones of The Athletic also reported on issues between players in the front office following the Jared McCain trade. He will join us coming up at 9:05. A lot to break down with the Sixers. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. Biggest internal question for them will be the future of Trevor Zegras, who is scheduled to be a free agent after his 67-point first season in Philly. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch, 6:45. Zach Wheeler on the mound. The NFL schedule release is just 2 days away. But we already got a leak on the Eagles. They will play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. Amy Fadul joins us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. As mentioned, Tony Jones at 9:05. This update is brought to you by Fox One. Fox News is now streaming live on Fox One. Get breaking news, in-depth analysis, and perspectives from the voices you trust all in one place. Stream Fox News on Fox One. See Fox One for complete terms and conditions. Download today. I'm Connor Thomas for them. The Sixers, Flyers, and the Union. 97.5 The Fanatic.
7.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro. What's going on there?
Sorry, guys.
Come on, pop-up.
Sorry,
Hey,
guys.
Connor. Andrew just told me a story off air that he doesn't have to tell who it is, but he answered a text over the weekend from 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's not great.
He left a text unanswered for 4 years.
I'll tell you who's not getting my vote for next president of basketball operations if that position comes open.
Can you imagine the trade deadline with Andrew Salciunas running things?
That would raise the market because I'd be pretending to not answer, and then they go, all right, we'll throw in two firsts.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I wish somebody happy Mother's Day, and I saw a message she sent me 4 years earlier. When Coop came home from the NICU and said, hey, is there anything we can do to help?
That's incredible.
Sounds like someone who's very important to you.
And I said, thank you so much for that message 4 years ago.
That's incredible.
So sorry.
You are pop-up. That's unbelievable. That's really great.
I also texted somebody Happy Mother's Day, and the last time I texted her was last Mother's Day.
That's incredible. That's good.
Because I see her enough, I don't need to always text.
We all have those happy birthday
It's my buddy's
people.
wife, right? It's my best friend's wife. So
exactly.
texted her Happy Mother's Day, and then 1 year later, I texted her Happy Mother's Day.
Not Mike Vrabel here. I mean,
No.
it's a good explanation.
No,
we got
I'm
it.
not.
We got the explanation.
By the way, how about that stage photo that came out? Oh, did I say staged?
It's all right.
You guys see it on Mother's Day?
Yeah, I saw it. I feel terrible, but dude.
Yeah, that was staged. Oh, there just so happened to be a person with a camera outside of their house.
Dude.
All right, let's get to some serious stuff, Johnny. So here's one potential idea for the Sixers that you're not going to like, but you might actually be up for it. I don't know.
Okay.
It's not a process. All right, let me make that
Well,
clear.
thank God.
I'm not saying
because
like
I'm not signing on for that nonsense.
a 10-year thing. But, Connor, you're saying, nobody's going to want these guys and blah, blah. What if you make a trade that literally just kills you for a year or two?
What type of trade are you talking about?
You find a guy where it's the last year of a deal or like it's an injured player. We talked about Jimmy Butler a little bit yesterday. I don't know if Golden State would go through with that, but
no.
There's guys out there. I'm not saying the Wizards are looking to trade for Paul George or Joel Embiid, but like there's Trae Young contracts out there that are just horrific, right? But they're almost done. Now, the Wizards would probably rather just wait out the Trae Young contract and continue to rebuild. But there's going to be teams out there like the Dallas Mavericks have Chris Middleton under contract. Could Dallas say Paul George would be better for us than Chris Middleton to go alongside Cooper Flag? Now, they got a lot of old guys already on that team.
That's a lot of old guys.
But there are teams out there, there are players out there who we look at it so badly because we have two of them, that there's maybe one. And they go, all right, Paul George could actually help out this basketball team, whereas that guy's not going to help us at all. He's just sitting there on the bench, and we're paying him crazy money. So would you sign up for a year or two where you're going to stink, much like the process? You're going to stink, but you're like giving up picks. That's the other thing. One of the worst parts about this, I saw a clip from NBA Live yesterday.
Which, by the way, is a really good show for those of you who don't watch. They do a nice job.
They were talking about how if the Sixers were looking to trade Embiid or George, the Sixers would have to add stuff in.
Yes, because the contracts are so terrible.
So it's almost like, all right, are you trading them for the sake of trading them, even though it's going to negatively impact your team for like a year or two, but of course it'll open up max slots potentially a year earlier?
Yes.
I'm in for that as well. The number one goal the Sixers should have is shortening the length of contracts on Paul George and Joel Embiid.
So when
I think I'm all for Andrew Salciunas taking a shot at this as long as somebody else ran your phone.
Sure, that's fair. So when you say like Daryl Morey, there's nothing you can do.
I don't trust Daryl Morey to do this, by the way.
Daryl Morey,
I absolutely have no trust.
It's not trust. Daryl Morey might not want to. Daryl Morey might say, no, I have a team that he thought Paul George was going to be a good pick, a good signing, right? Like he thought that. He signed Paul George, so that means he thinks that Paul George will be able to help them win. Paul George, he watched Paul George help them beat the Boston Celtics. So there might be somewhere in his mind where he thinks this can still work.
That's why
you bring in a new body, you bring in a fresh mind. That fresh mind might say, look, if you're guaranteeing me job security for a couple of years, because that's the conversation he would have to have with Josh Harris, if you're guaranteeing me job security, I'll get rid of those contracts. We're going to suck for a year or two. I promise you it won't be as bad as it was the last time with Sam Hinkie and that process that was never going to end. But I might be able to do this for you.
I don't trust, no. I would not trust. And Daryl, I appreciate you, and I always have enjoyed every conversation we've ever had. I would not trust Daryl Morey. None. The trust is broken. Don't trust him, because I don't trust him that his eye wouldn't be taken off the ball to not make stupid mistakes. He made the most stupid mistake this year. I can't trust him not to make another. Nope, not doing it. That's the part of this scenario. I like the scenario you're talking about as long as it's not Daryl Morey, the one who is making the decisions. So if you have another option for me as far as that it's not Daryl Morey, I'm all in.
That's the thing, though. Like,
I'm all in.
Who's the other option that is this miracle worker?
It doesn't have to be, again, I'm willing to realize, much like if someone takes over the Phillies this year, Preston Mattingly, at the end of the year, I'm willing to trust that Preston Mattingly, look, every guy who takes over teams tends to take over. They don't tend to take over great teams. They tend to take over where there's a bunch of garbage, where they have to fix stuff. Whoever takes over the Phillies is going to have to take over garbage contracts, and they're going to have to find a way out of that plan and do something with it. It's not going to be as dire as what the Sixers are facing. To me, I absolutely would trust that, say, hey, you got to deal with what you got to deal with, but I'm going to trust I just want a different set of eyeballs and a different plan. I had someone in baseball say to me, they are not looking forward to when Preston Mattingly runs the Phillies. Sure. Because they believe Preston Mattingly is a really bright, innovative, different thinker. He's going to be a different guy, and that it's going to be more of a challenge.
You keep leaning on that, though. There is no Preston Mattingly for the Sixers, right? They don't have that guy right now. You're going to have to go out and find somebody that's on the street.
But we don't know who's on the street, and we don't know. That's not our jobs to know that. That is in the basketball circles. That's the job to know that.
In this conversation, we need to have options. So we're going to have to find
the one name that's constantly going to come up is Bob Myers. I know Ramona Shelburne said yesterday, Middays with Mark.
She doesn't think he wants it, right?
He might not want it.
He might not want it. He hasn't been offered.
By the way, we don't know what his boss will tell him to do because he works for the Harris Blitzer Group.
Correct.
So, for all we know,
we want you to do this, take the job, or take it in transition and groom somebody
and then you go back to doing your commander stuff or whatever the hell he does for them. All right, the number to text in, call in, voice memo, 610-632-0975. Are you feeling any optimism with this core? How are you feeling if nothing changes? Because, by the way, a lot of the reporting came out yesterday. It may seem like that there might not be any changes. And would you take a year or two of horrible basketball to move on from some of the contracts?
I absolutely would.
All right. Oh, let me hit this. I forgot I have a drop board.
Oh, wait. Are you in your turkey coma? Like, are you gonna be in your turkey coma when you hear this?
It's a great question.
I hope you are, by the way. I hope everybody does adjust eating properly.
We have a game on the schedule. Eagles, Cowboys, Dallas, Week 12 on Thanksgiving, Johnny. 4:30 kickoff. I love the 4:30 slot. That's my favorite of all of them. The 4:30 slot is better than the Lions noon, and it's better than the forced-in 8 o'clock game because they just wanted more money on Thanksgiving. The 4:30 slot is the best slot on Thanksgiving because that's when normally – I don't know why we all eat differently on Thanksgiving.
What do you mean?
Like, I don't know. I usually eat dinner at 6 o'clock, but for some reason, Thanksgiving, we're eating at 3. I don't know why we do it.
Well, it's because you're not eating a gigantic meal. If you're going to eat a gigantic meal like Thanksgiving is, you don't want to eat lunch, too.
Sure.
So that's why you eat differently on Thanksgiving.
Well, the Eagles will be playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Thursday. We will throw this out there as well at 610-632-0975. Do you like it when the Eagles play on Thanksgiving? We don't get many of these. We know that the Cowboys and Lions are on it every single year. Now they have the 8 o'clock slot. But it's not just Thanksgiving. It could be any of the holiday conversations. The Eagles played on Christmas a couple of years ago.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that one's different. But
I don't want
Thanksgiving,
Christmas.
I love it, man. Like, I'm so excited for them to play on Thanksgiving. It's just, it makes the day feel even better. Like, I love Thanksgiving football regardless.
It makes it seem bigger, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Makes it seem like a bigger day with the Eagles playing in that game. Plus, you love the national eyeballs on it.
Yeah, that's great.
Which is fun. It's going to be a great time. I love it.
So Week 12 W? What do you think, Connor? You're not going to be here Friday.
It's in Dallas. The sun could be tricky that time of year.
Oh, yeah, man, that's right. The Jerry Sun.
No, it's after the.
I think that's a W.
It's
All right,
after that.
all right, so we got W's. We're not cowards. John's refusing to answer right
It's
now.
after that.
I'll figure out a way to get you to do it on.
Yeah, keep dreaming.
Do you have a line on the game yet?
No, I will be able to get the
Wait,
lines.
I do have
Eagles minus 27.5.
Cowboys minus 1.5.
Cowboys minus 1.5. So the Eagles are the dogs.
Wow, did I really?
Yeah.
I didn't even. I just guessed.
Eagles are the road dogs.
I would believe they'd be dogs.
Hungry dogs run faster.
Hungry dogs run faster.
And it's Thanksgiving, so you know they're going to be hungry. So the Eagles open up as 1.5-point dogs. Thanksgiving Thursday.
Can't be stupider.
Do you like when the Eagles play on Thanksgiving? Or
Yes, isn't it fun?
I think so, but I'm sure there are a lot of people that say, I don't want to have to worry about the game on Thanksgiving when I'm with my family.
Well,
and blah, blah, blah.
The one thing I would say to you is that don't eat during the game.
I don't love it. I got to tell you. I don't love it.
All right, well, then you'll have to expand on this coming up next. I don't know what's not to love. I don't see you as the cook in the Thanksgiving Day feast.
I would hope you're not.
I just see you as the walk guy before the meal. I don't see you as...
I like a good walk.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you're the cook. What do you mean you don't like it? You of all people, he's got no responsibilities, no kid,
I mean,
no
seriously.
nothing.
He's sitting there on his
and
backside.
you're complaining?
You can find out next.
All right.
All right.
I guess we will. Maybe there's more people like Connor Thomas out there. We'll get Connor's explanation coming up next, and we'll check the Davis Honda text line. We want reaction on this. Do you like when the Eagles play on Thanksgiving? And do you have any optimism moving forward with the Sixers? What would be your logical plan for the Sixers this offseason? And if there's no change, then what are you doing? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, we just talked about the Birds game. That will be in Dallas. I wonder, probably shouldn't do this without clarifying, but maybe I don't have to just say Birds anymore. You know, there's copyright issues in certain reads. It's like when you say the big game for certain companies, right? Unless they're partners
Correct.
with the actual big game. Well, I got some big news because Philly Sports Trips is now the official travel partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. It got announced yesterday. I've known Vince since he started this journey, and he and my family, we've actually gotten close. We both go to Brigantine, so our kids play with each other on the beach. Like, it's great. I'm so happy for him. But I'm also so happy for all of you that have gone with his trips or are soon going to experience his trips, because this just means bigger and better, and he already freaking does it great. John can speak off experience, too. We've done multiple trips to Florida. I've been to Denver with him. We've done bus trips. So many great trips, and now this year's the big one. Well, every year's the big one. Philly Sports Trips at 97.5 The Fanatic, teaming up for an away trip to Nashville. And trust me, it's more than just the game, all right? Round-trip travel, hotel, game tickets, exclusive fan experiences like a Friday party, a Saturday party, the tailgate party leading up to the game. It's a full-on Philly takeover in Nashville. If you've ever wanted to roll into an away game with a sea of Birds fans, die-hard Birds fans, and also have a great experience while doing it, experiencing a great town like Nashville, Philly Sports Trips is the way to go. The schedule comes out Thursday night, so I know a lot of you will rush to the website to buy your tickets. You could do that now. You could put down a deposit now and save your spot. Just go to phillysportstrips.com, start planning, grab your crew, and check out all the details now at phillysportstrips.com. How about it, the official travel partner of the Philadelphia Eagles? That's phillysportstrips.com.
The
Check him out in Burlington here in a moment, as well as the poll of the day brought to us by our man, Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. But, Connor, you're not alone. Connor, anti-Eagles on Thanksgiving. JM on our YouTube chat. I don't want a game where I have to be vested or have emotional interest. I just like the background noise games. And so that's why I was wondering how many people out there go.
So, like on a holiday, they just want to veg out and.
Yeah.
I get it.
And not worry about, like, look, Christmas Day sucked when the Eagles were playing. That game sucked.
I hated it.
Like, I was miserable watching that game.
It was Giants.
Yes. It was horrific. And it's ruining your day. So, Connor, what's your reasoning?
Yeah, also, there are people who don't necessarily go to one location for Thanksgiving. Like, my family is a big bounce around. I go see my dad. I go see my mom. We go to other family, my sister-in-laws. There's a lot of travel involved during the day of my Thanksgiving.
We do the
I didn't think about that.
every other year. It's either my parents' house or my sister-in-law's house. And because I live close to my sister-in-law, we usually do the stop. Whenever it's my parents' turn to host, we go to my sister-in-law's for, like, appetizers early on, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah, it complicates a holiday that already has a lot going on with the preparation for it.
Yeah, but here's the deal. You can prepare.
You can make a
I know
plan.
you're not a
you
planner.
got months.
I know,
you got
Connor,
months in advance to
I
plan.
cannot
I know
prepare.
you pack 5 minutes before your flight, but there is a world where you could say, all right, look, I'm going to be at this location by 4:15.
And that's where I'm going to be.
the rest of the night.
So
Yeah.
I'm going to be at Mom's early. I'm going to be at Dad's by 4:15, and I'm there.
I'm also just not a good person to watch the game with in good company,
I know that.
much less, like, a lot of family around and stuff like that.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I'm screaming my head off
Yeah,
at the
I
TV.
understand,
Yeah, he
but
gets angry.
it's still he's still.
The words I say about the Philadelphia Eagles when they're playing football are not welcome at family Thanksgiving.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Even in games they
Wait a
win.
minute. There's nobody. So you're saying your taller, more athletic brother is not like he doesn't do that stuff?
Oh, he does.
But
Well,
he's
then-
not an
well,
Eagles.
then-
But he's not an Eagles fan.
Well, I mean, but he would he be rooting against you?
No. No,
Okay,
he wouldn't be
so
rooting
he
against
wouldn't
me.
root against the Eagles. That's the thing is with Connor's in a blended family
Yes.
of people who root for other teams.
No, but if
I
Hurts
don't have to
throws a
worry
pick-
about that at any family gathering that I have. I don't have to worry about that garbage.
Like, the kiddos are going to hear words they shouldn't hear if Jalen Hurts throws an interception in Dallas on Thanksgiving.
Well, that's not going to happen.
Well, your
Birds
nephew
by
won't be
100.
born yet, right?
Yeah, but there's other kids in the family. Like, that's the thing. I'm a psychopath when the Eagles play, and I prefer to have that separate from the rest of my life.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. If you did not see it yesterday, the Eagles will be playing on Thanksgiving, 4:30 kickoff, the best time slot. They play the
It is
Dallas
a great time
Cowboys.
slot.
Do you like when the Eagles play on Thanksgiving or any major holiday, but Thanksgiving being the one that came out yesterday? And then, of course, the Sixers. If nothing changes, your reaction, if they do indeed run it back, like there's a lot of reporters that are making it seem like they kind of just have to out of necessity.
Which is, by the way, crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
They do not have to.
I agree. And are you somebody that has found optimism from that Boston series? Because they might talk themselves into that. What do we got?
The poll's going to be really interesting, so you're going to want to hear this in just a minute. But our first texter checks in. No name on this one. They say the pivot to the new way the NBA is playing should have been done after Harden, but you doubled down on the Big Three concept, and with how the CBA is, that concept no longer is a viable team-building method, but you're stuck. So run it back in some fashion. Trade who you can when you can. Stay at 22 and make the pick. Maury's been pretty good at that.
It's amazing. I was listening to Middays with Marks yesterday, and they said something that, I've said.
You mean about the Harden thing?
They miss James Harden.
I heard that they don't miss James Harden.
They don't have a point guard. The Sixers
But
do not have a point guard.
That is the truth. They didn't say they missed James Harden, but they go, should they have traded James Harden? Like,
And-
should they have let James Harden walk?
Look, I know his shortcomings. Trust me. I've been watching his entire career. I know his shortcomings. But
you know the ending of the James Harden movie when it's clutch.
But who knows about this version of Tyrese Maxey, right? Like when Harden was here, Harden still had to be 2, right? Embiid was 1, Harden was 2. Imagine if it was this version of Maxey, where Maxey can just do everything off ball and you actually have a point guard. I'm not saying they should do whatever they can to get James Harden back because he's not going to play here. He said that in was it in China.
Yes.
I'm never playing
China.
for a team led by Daryl Morey ever again. But one of their things that they have to do this offseason is find a real freaking point guard to play with this team.
They do.
A real point guard. You might have to run small because you're going to have Maxey and Edgecombe in the starting 5.
And they need to find a guy, though, who's committed. They need to find a guy who's not committed to heading to Vegas because he won a first-round series.
Or a guy that's not 40.
Yeah, I'll take it, dude. If there's a 25-year-old point guard that can play, go to Vegas whenever, as long as you're on the court.
Like, you don't need Kyle Lowry and Eric Gordon. Like, oh, my God.
What's so funny is, though, Connor, you say that. It's like, but you don't see these guys in any other of the cities.
What do you mean?
Who are the other guys that are going to Vegas in the middle of rounds that are the 25-year-old guys?
Well, they're not top 27.5.
You don't see it. James Harden is all about James Harden, and you don't need those guys.
I'm not just talking about James Harden. I'm just saying I just need a dude who can handle the basketball and dish it.
Let's get Ish Smith, the dish from Ish.
I'm going to go with no.
All right, what's the poll? Brought to us by Dr. Avedon Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. You know, it's amazing. I listen to Unfiltered, and every hour Bill goes, is it still up? I don't even have to ask that question.
No, we know it's up.
Our question today, do you believe change for change's sake can make a difference for the Sixers? 56% of our responders saying yes, 44% saying no.
Wow.
So there's a good contingent that believes it won't change.
Yeah, because they realize the roster.
And they're just going to hold. They're just going to say, well, stay the course. That's crazy to me.
I don't think they're happy about staying the course. I think to what Connor was saying earlier
is stay the course then.
Right, but you're not.
You're gonna keep doubling down.
You don't have a choice, John.
You do, but you do have a choice.
I'm telling you right now.
You do have a choice of doubling down on letting Daryl Morey continue to make the calls. You do have a choice. And you can't let it happen again. We just saw it. You can't let it happen. It's crazy town. It's like we're living in a crazy place. We cannot let it happen again.
All right, coming up next, more Sixers talk about what's next. The problem is there may not be a next. We have more audio from the reporters that were on yesterday. Ramona Shelburne, Adam Aronson, about what the Sixers could do this offseason, if anything at all. Also, a part of this Thanksgiving discussion that we have not touched yet, John, that I think we may have an issue on our hands for some of you out there.
Okay.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What options do the Sixers have? I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is beginning to evaluate what moves they'll make to start off this offseason. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne joined Middays with Marks yesterday and talked about the future of Joel Embiid and Paul George.
You can't really move Embiid. He makes so much money. There's such a long-term commitment there. But you have two aging stars in Paul George and Embiid. Maybe you could move Paul. I don't see those guys being movable.
It makes the situation tough for the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll see what they'll be able to do this offseason to try and reshape the roster. Tony Jones of The Athletic also reported on issues between players in the front office following the Jared McCain trade. Tony will join us coming up at 9:05. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. One of the biggest internal questions will be the future of Trevor Zegras, who's scheduled to be a free agent after his 67-point first season in Philly. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch is at 6:45 p.m. Zach Wheeler is on the hill for the Phils. The Red Sox have not yet named a starter. And the NFL schedule release is just 2 days away. That'll be Thursday at 8 p.m. The Eagles play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. We got that leak yesterday. Get that turkey ready, folks. Amy Fadul joins us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. And as mentioned, Tony Jones of The Athletic joins us at 9:05. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
through John Connor, Kincade and Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, before we get to more Sixers potential doom and gloom with the future of this franchise, depending on what you think, there might be people out there that agree that games 5, 6, and 7 against the Boston Celtics opened your eyes to what could work. And if you feel that way, I believe you're fooling yourself because they got swept in the next round. But
it was a first-round series no matter what happens.
The organization might feel that way, too. We'll try to figure that out. You could text in, call in 610-632-0975. But one more added note to this Eagles discussion for Thanksgiving.
Is what would that be?
In case you're just tuning in, Eagles will be playing on Thanksgiving against the Dallas Cowboys. And one of our questions is, hey, do you like it? Like, do you like that your team is playing on Thanksgiving? Connor doesn't like it because he travels all over the place. And he also doesn't want to curse in front of his,
just make sure
young family members.
Make sure your schedule, make sure that you know where you are by a certain time.
Now, I have not read enough to have this confirmed. So Trevor Rice, who's on our YouTube chat, I need Trevor to let us know if his fiance is a Cowboys fan.
What?
Because Trevor chimes in, gonna be an interesting Thanksgiving. Gonna be a bad day for either me or my fiance. Hopefully it's her, not me. There are not many, not a ton, but there are some Eagles-Cowboys relationships around the Philadelphia area.
I'd have to hear about how that developed.
That's worse than Romeo and Juliet.
Like, how'd that even happen?
I don't know.
Like, how does it even happen?
The Montagues and the Capulets have nothing on Eagles-Cowboys rapport.
And if that's one that, like, she's a Jersey girl who just roots for the Cowboys.
Her dad rooted for the Cowboys.
That's bad. Like,
his dad rooted for the Cowboys.
That's bad.
You know, I grew up, I was given all these stars and blah, blah, blah. I just really like the colors and all those things.
Bad.
So.
Such a bad
I
thing.
know there are people in those types of relationships that, like, they have fun with it, right? They're like, they
do?
Know, yeah, because they talk smack. And, like, okay.
It's always fun. It's like in marriage, that's always good.
Christy and I talk smack if we, back in the days when we played Mario Kart, like, we talked a lot of smack. But, like, this is Thanksgiving. Like, smack talk could go a little too far sometimes.
I want my spouse to be happy for me when I'm happy. And a Dallas Cowboy fan is not going to be happy for you when your team wins. Not if they're a real Cowboy fan. Now, if they're just a casual who likes wearing the gear, that's different. But your spouse isn't going to be happy for you on Super Bowl Sunday when your team is in the Super Bowl.
That's a good point. By the way,
that's
Trevor confirming.
Trevor.
She is a Cowboys fan, has been her entire life because of her dad. I knew it.
Jeez.
I'm telling
you, it's terrible. It's so
times.
Terrible. It's so.
And his father.
And
his
dad,
father.
It's bad.
He was in the Army, and so he really liked Roger Staubach.
Like, you've heard the terrible stories.
How many times have you heard
such bad stories? Such bad.
So do you like that the Eagles are playing on Thanksgiving? And if you are one of these households,
wow!
And look, they're engaged, Johnny. That's beautiful. Congratulations. Engaged to be wed.
I'm sure she's gorgeous because there has to be something that he's willing to overlook certain things.
Everybody's got a flaw, and her flaw is being a Cowboys fan.
That's incredible. I mean, at some point, look, it's just like, you got to, and you can tell Dad, nah, sorry, Dad, not doing it, not listening to you anymore.
Yeah, don't do that. By the way,
listening to you.
One quick note, because I see a lot of people, have you guys talked about this? I don't know why it's trending.
What's that?
There was a fake trade in baseball last night.
The Bryson Stott one?
Dude, I'm on Twitter right now. Today's news.
Are people believing it?
Dude, Twitter's believing it. Like the Elon and company. Philadelphia Phillies finalized trade to acquire starting pitcher Jose Soriano for Bryson Stott. That did not happen. But literally the app believes it happened.
Okay.
It's a top trend right now.
Really?
Yeah, it didn't happen.
No, that was a satire account that posted it.
And for some reason, it's being run with.
By the way, there's another satire account that is running with, we've gotten the leaked Week 1 schedule in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
That is also a fake, as two of the teams that are scheduled to host games in Week 1, their stadiums are already booked for sold-out 70,000-seat concerts.
Yeah.
So that is also a fake.
Well, it's at this time of
It's
year.
that people stop falling for
Yeah, what are
stop
you
falling
gonna
for
do?
fake.
You wonder
stuff.
why people don't believe everything they read.
No, but I'm wondering is do people not like just take 2 seconds?
Do
to
the
correct?
Patriots really want A.J. Brown? 610
No, well, no. The
632
A.J. Brown stuff. The A.J. Brown stuff has told me though that people will just be willingly ignorant. They will just be willingly ignorant because I don't want to believe it. I just don't want to believe it.
I think people believe it at this point.
No,
right?
no. But they didn't.
Yeah.
So they just are like, well, I just don't want to believe it, so I'm not going to believe it.
We're 3 months away.
Yeah.
All
no,
right.
we're 3 weeks away.
3 weeks away.
Don't tell me 3 months because I
so-
couldn't do it for another 3 months. And then it will be the narrative from the same people will shift to the media ran AJ out of town. He never wanted to leave. They forced this on him.
Well, good news. We get to fix the Sixers in the meantime.
Oh, sure we do.
So yesterday, Ramona Shelburne on Middays with Marks, and I love Ramona. So like again,
So do I.
This is her reporting. This is not like
She does a good job.
she's giving an opinion and I'm ripping her for it. So when you hear my anger and vitriol, it's not directed to Ramona Shelburne. It's directed to what she's hearing. Here she is talking about how she expects them to, Johnny, run it back.
Yeah. Sorry. I know you want to hear something different. You can't really move Embiid. I don't see how you could try. He makes so much money. There's such a long-term commitment there. It's almost blasphemous to even talk about it because he's such a good player when he's healthy. I think they very successfully pivoted to being Tyrese Maxey's team this year. Whenever Maxey's, health issue comes out at the end. I mean, I know he was playing with a pinky thing, I think worse than you realize, or he really, he would even say, right? But I think they shifted some of the emphasis off Embiid so that they weren't so dependent on him. But you have two aging stars in Paul George and Embiid that can't stay healthy. But I thought Paul looked really good at the end of the year. He has not been able to justify the contract that he signed a couple of years ago through injuries, through the suspension that he had. Like, that's been disappointing. I know he had a good series against the Celtics, but it was, this is 2 years now, right? So I understand where you guys, would feel about it. Maybe you could move Paul, maybe, because he doesn't have as long on his deal and he's still a good player. I don't see those guys being movable. And remember, you can't trade somebody without taking the equivalent money back.
And, of course, that's why it's so difficult in the NBA for some of these contracts. Now, that's one thing, right, where Ramona Shelburne's saying, like, I don't know.
I don't know
who's picking these guys up. That's one thing, right? So then it's, all right, you're bringing back Embiid and George, so how are we going to make this roster better? Tyrese Maxey's here to stay. He's also a max contract player. VJ Edgecombe, we're in love with him, right? Tremendous rookie
thrilled.
season.
We're
so
thrilled.
excited.
Yeah, we're thrilled.
So that means they're going to do other things, right? Like they'll find a backup big or they'll find another wing player or another guy, another point guard, a real point guard for once on this basketball team, right? They're going to find something else to do. Well, here was Adam Aronson of the Philly Voice who joined us yesterday talking about the roster.
This team, I think, is going to look a lot similar next year. I think we're going to be seeing many of the same players back because given all these issues that we've talked about and everybody has spoken about ad nauseum with Embiid, I don't think anybody is trading for him at the beginning of a 3-year contract worth almost $200 million.
So when we read that article from Tim Bontemps yesterday when he's saying, first order of business is getting back Grimes and Barlow and Kelly Oubre.
The first order of business, just hearing that turned my stomach.
Well, because he's not expecting, nobody is expecting the other two big guys to go. Nobody
The first order of business is getting these guys who are just marginal guys.
Well, that's the thing. That's the point I was trying to make yesterday. Like,
you made it well.
They're fine, right? Like, they're fine. If they came back, I'd say, all right, here we go again. But if they didn't come back, is anybody devastated? Like, they're guys. Quentin Grimes is a guy. Kelly Oubre, I like Kelly Oubre. I just don't think he's a starter. I think he's a guy that should be coming off the bench and should be a scoring punch off the bench. But for some reason, over the last 3 years, he's been a starter for this basketball team.
Until they find that truck that hit him, I don't want him gone. I want him to stick around. But, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing that Kelly – look, if Kelly Oubre's back, I'm happy. I'm happy because I think he showed enough. But Kelly Oubre being back, I know is not a difference maker.
No,
but the bottom line is,
Barlow, they didn't play him until they were desperate in the playoffs because everybody was in foul trouble.
But when you hear Adam talk and you hear Ramona talk, there are a lot of moves that have to be made this offseason. I want someone else making those decisions other than Daryl Morey.
Let me ask you
Can't
this.
trust him.
Okay. I understand where you stand with that, but let's go logically through the decisions. What could he do this offseason that screws something up? I want to know, like, what moves you're
The
afraid
decisions
of
of
letting
who
him
he decides to keep and bring in is absolutely going to can make a difference between winning a series or not, the team being better or not. Absolutely.
So you
the team being bet is who he gives a contract to. The man is in love with old, broken down people.
Right.
And he does stuff like that all the time.
At the price point of a Quentin Grimes, Dominic Barlow, Kelly Oubre, who could you bring in that handicaps your cap situation? Who could you bring in that makes a difference to the point where they'd make it out of the second round? That guy does not exist at that price point.
I don't want this man doing anything that could potentially hamper you worse in the long run, which he can. He can make decisions that hurt you longer in the long run,
By the way,
as Dave Dombrowski can show you.
By the way, Quentin Grimes is not going to look for a 1-year deal again.
No, yeah. I mean, you're going to sign guys that are
you sign him to a 3-year deal
that
now
are
you're
just
locked up there.
guys because he's in love with them.
That's a fair worry.
And that's why you need someone else.
He loves Quentin Grimes. He loves
He
him,
was-
dude. Like, it's unbelievable.
Prime time, baby.
Dude, the way we have fought, not we, there have been GMs like Howell Neto. I just don't get it. These backup guards, Quentin Grimes doesn't stink. Let me be fair.
No, he does
Howell
not
Neto,
stink.
Howell Neto stunk. Quentin Grimes does not stink. It's just Quentin Grimes, he plays solid defense off the bench. What team in the NBA is going, we want defense off the bench? No, you want scoring off the bench. And that's why in what game was it? Game 2? They didn't get their first point off the bench till the fourth quarter, and that was the close game.
It was the game. It was off the bench, and then Game 3 off the bench was terrible too.
They don't have
he doesn't know how to build a bench.
Oh, the one guy.
That's why I need
the one guy
someone
they
else.
had dropped 13 yesterday and helped the Thunder sweep the Lakers.
Somebody else needs to be here. The guy who he sold high on, he doesn't know what he's doing right now. He showed me that I don't believe in his vision anymore.
Yeah, but it's futile to me because at the end of the day, you can build a great bench. Let's say you improve on Grimes, Barlow, and Oubre. You get better players in all three of those spots. You know what happens? We're back next year talking about a year older Paul George, who's still under contract, and injured Joel Embiid, who's still under contract, and a guy that we just had a conversation yesterday that we believe shied away from the moment in the second round in Tyrese Maxey. What, is VJ Edgecombe at 21 going to take a jump where this team's now an Eastern Conference Finals team?
No. I'm not worried. I'm worried about him doing more damage going forward. I'm more worried about him. He doesn't understand talent. He throws talent away. I don't want him to be able to touch anything else. He's already done enough. He's done enough. Bye-bye. You've done enough. You've made us the joke of the NBA this season. The trade is the joke. Everybody is talking about the trade, and every night it becomes more of a joke on every broadcast, in every studio show when Jared McCain makes them look stupid. I don't want him to make any more moves. That's it. Done. Finished. Because I can't trust his vision. And he loves old, broken down guys. He loves making the oldest team possible. He thinks that's the way to win in the NBA, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington, 610-632-0975. By the way, one more point. Let's say they bring all those guys back. It means they fooled themselves into thinking that they could do something. And you know what the PR spin will be? Because you know me. I'm a PR spin reader. All right?
Yeah.
I love getting the PR spins. They'll do the we didn't have enough time thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. They've used that 3 of the last 5 years.
Yeah, but with this group, John.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Look at what we were able to do in a short amount of time. We were able to beat the Boston Celtics. Imagine if we had a full season together. This team would be able to fight against the New York Knicks. That'll be the spin. All right, what do we got?
John in Doylestown checks in, says the 76ers are stuck. Keep Embiid out all season. Either get a draft pick if they're bad or use Embiid in the playoffs. If they make it, trade Embiid whenever you can. That's my plan.
And more importantly, is we're going to talk with Tony Jones, as we saw with the day that Joel Embiid missed practice. You have a Joel Embiid problem, and his teammates for another year recognize it, as far as him doing things on his own schedule and deciding when he comes to shoot-arounds and doing things. Joel Embiid is a problem, and it's there. If there was any way you could move on from it, Tyrese Maxey, you got to have another team meeting to call him out and to ask him to be a better teammate and to do things. They need an overhaul of this. They need a cleansing of that room with Sage.
Yeah, it just feels.
But he did it again this year.
It just feels like there needs to be a divorce.
There needs to be because
and you could have mutual love for each other still, and it's just the relationship's not working out anymore.
Because he can't be the man cannot be a professional. He cannot conduct himself like a professional. He cannot do the things that a professional does to be successful. He cannot show up for meetings. He cannot do things that are required. And again, now we find out, and Tony will talk about it. When the other members of the team are seeing it, it's like a lack of control of your locker room. Joel doesn't go by the same rules. He thinks he gets to do things the way he wants to do them.
Well,
and that has to stop.
Much as I love the man, one of the big issues that I believe really hurt this franchise years ago was allowing a lot of things to go, Embiid and Ben.
Okay.
Because they were supposed to be the saviors of the franchise, and they let them walk on water, or acted like they walked on water, I should say. And I do believe that set a bad precedent for the one guy that's still here.
Then what I will say to you is this. A year ago, more than a year ago, a year and a half ago, Tyrese Maxey at a team meeting had to call out Joel Embiid for his unprofessional behavior in front of his teammates. And it became public, and Joel was very upset that it became public.
Yes.
And I would be upset about that too, by the way. And I understand why Joel would be upset about that. But the message was clear. You're not acting like a professional. And at that time, the message was he would be different. He wasn't different. That went in one ear, out the other. Same stuff was going on this year. So the guy never learns.
What else we got on the text line there, Connor?
This texter checks in, says, is Connor's position really that we should keep Morey because Morey has done such a bad job that nobody else can fix it? And I understand how people see it that way. Here's my thing. I just don't think that there is a solution for the short term that anybody has. Like you hear the insiders saying they don't have moves they can make with the big guys. The marginal moves are not going to do enough to get you over any type of hump.
All right, let me ask you a simple question. Do you think Daryl Morey has done a good job as the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers?
No.
Then why should he still be here?
Because there are parts of his job that he has done well. And there are certain limits.
The overall question.
Right.
Has he done a good job as
It's not just yes or no, dude. You think they're going to go into the office and sit Daryl Morey down and say, hey, you done a good job or not? And the yes or no is going to determine his fate. So here's the number one thing that they could do this offseason to me. And people are going to roll their eyes, but look at Tyrese Maxey, look at Jared McCain, look at the draft position of those players. Making the pick at 22, nailing the pick at 22 is one of the few ways that you could potentially improve this roster. He's been drafting really well lately. I know where people are at emotionally with Daryl Morey, but he has drafted well.
It's not emotional. That makes it sound like people are just speaking of emotion. It's not emotion. He's done a poor job. He's done a poor job.
Has he not drafted well?
He has. That's one portion of his job he has done well. That's one faction of it. He's done a poor job. He has not delivered. And that is the bottom line.
We love Howie because he's drafted well and has signed contracts well, right? Like, Daryl Morey just being able to draft well is great and all. Like, it is. But
it's great.
You still signed Joel Embiid to an extension.
That was terrible. Like that's the reason you're in the problem is these stupid contracts that he signed.
Right.
He's to blame for the situation that they're in.
I understand.
And a lot of it is the belief that he has that young guys don't win. Veterans will win in this league. And as I've said 100 times, for a while, that was the correct way to look at it.
There was a time where that was the talking point, and it was certainly supported by a lot of data.
But when he signed Paul George, that was not the data anymore.
Nope.
And they just got older. And it may have set them back even more.
If we get the notification today, like comes on, we come back from the break, Daryl Morey fired by the Philadelphia 76ers. I'm not like, that's a dumb move. They should not have done that. I don't want anyone to misconstrue this as me saying he should keep his job. I think making that move accelerates the timeline for the Philadelphia 76ers to be in contention 0%. I think it makes it no faster.
So you believe that then you're telling me that nobody they could hire could make them better?
Right now, no. Correct.
I just
Sixers,
think that is
Embiid,
crazy.
Are we
Jordan.
saying better in
that's crazy town.
2026, 27?
No, better.
Or are we
No.
saying better
As
in,
a franchise.
I'm saying in 2026, 27.
I'm not looking, dude.
We're
I don't
not talking about
How about
26, 27. We know they're
How
not going
about
to win
this?
next year.
They're not winning with or without Morey. They're not winning with or without Embiid. They're not winning with or without Paul George. They're not winning with or without this core, right? Like, this core's not
We
winning.
already know that.
So I would, I'll use another example. How about this? Another going in the break example of something that you're basically, I'm not saying you, Connor, but if
The royal you.
that mentality is what another team in another sport's doing. And I will tell you exactly who that is.
Wow, that's
coming
well
up next.
done. That's well done.
610-632-0975.
Well
and
done.
we mock said team. How about
Well
that?
done. That was sleek. That was sleek. That was really sleek.
That, and speaking of running it back, the Phillies are in
Yeah,
action
exactly.
tonight.
There we go.
How important is this series for your psyche when it comes to two arms that will be on the mound in this series against the Sox? Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A shaky future for the Stars. I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is beginning to evaluate what moves they will make this offseason, including the job positions of Daryl Morey, Nick Nurse, and future roster positions of guys like Paul George and Joel Embiid. Brian Windhorst of ESPN talked yesterday about Embiid's future.
He has 3 years and $192 million left on his contract, which is a new extension, which will begin next season. And that is why I can promise him he will definitely be back. He is not going anywhere.
So if Embiid isn't moving, and people have talked about Paul George's contract being tough to move, what options do the Sixers have? We'll talk about that with Tony Jones coming up, who also had an interesting report in The Athletic about issues between the players and the front office following the Jared McCain trade. That comes your way at 9:05. The Flyers brass will meet with the media later today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. Biggest internal question will be the future of Trevor Zegras, who's scheduled to be a free agent after his 67-point season in his first year in Philadelphia. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch at 6:45. Zach Wheeler on the mound. And the NFL schedule release just 2 days away, but we did get a leak yesterday. Eagles will play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. Amy Fadul joins us from the 8 o'clock hour till the end of the show. This update is brought to you by thereamteam.com. Unbeatable savings are on now with 0% for 60 months with approved credit on select Ream air conditioners. Hurry to thereamteam.com and lock in your savings today. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Ricky Bo, Bill Colarulo.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's check the poll of the day. Brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. The poll's strong for 4 hours every single morning here on Kincade and Salciunas. And we'll then get into this conversation about who maybe Connor is making the Sixers look out to be. All right. Makes sense. Go ahead. Give me the
poll of the day. Do you believe change for change's sake can make a difference for the Sixers? The poll's moving a little bit this morning. 63% say yes. 37% say no. So more people now saying yes.
I think also a lot of people that are going to say yes are just wishful that it does happen. They might not actually be able to tell us what the next guy would do, or
I know that I've seen enough.
Yeah,
I know that I've seen enough.
That's
bottom line. I've seen enough.
So
that's it.
Connor, you were saying what are you going to really do to change because it's not going to get better next year? The point that I'm making is I don't care about next year anymore. Right?
Yeah,
I care about 3, 4, 5 years from now. All right. What you're saying, and I'm not saying that you want the Sixers to do this, but what you're saying is very Pittsburgh Steelers-ish, where it's we got a decent team, right? The Sixers are a good team.
Got a good club.
Can we agree that the Sixers they have a playoff team?
Yes.
And
they have a team that has 6 seed written all over them.
Playoff team.
6 seed.
Pittsburgh Steelers, playoff team.
Yep.
Right? Like they have some decent players on offense. They have some decent players on defense.
That's fair.
But they've been in quarterback purgatory, ever since they tried for like 5 extra years with Ben Roethlisberger. And they're in the playoffs. They were just in it last year.
Consistently.
They were just in it last year. They haven't been under 500. But does anybody think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to win anything? No. So what they should have done freaking 5 years ago is, all right, let's just cut bait with a couple people here. And I know it's going to suck because Howie Roseman said it. In a town like Philadelphia, you can't rebuild when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles, right? Sometimes you just got to deal with it for a year or two. I'm not saying Sixers process 10 years. Nobody wants that again.
But people are afraid of that.
They are, and I get it because what if the signings, what if the draft picks they get aren't good?
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Like, there's the Thunder and the Spurs, and then there's the Sixers, where it didn't work for quite some time. But to just say it's not going to really do anything for next year or 2 years from now. I don't care. I'm thinking about down the road. And I don't want to be the Pittsburgh Steelers of the NBA.
Yeah, but you can't be. You just don't have the opportunity to be. I understand the Jared McCain trade is scaring people for the future. Because let's say they draft somebody at 22, and then the team plays well this year, and then Daryl Morey is trading like young assets or picks at the deadline because he believes. Like, I understand that. But the Sixers have the most money committed to a group of 3 players in the NBA between
great
Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, and Paul George.
Who did that?
John. Daryl Morey did that.
Right.
But my point is this. When we talk about guys like Kelly Oubre, Quentin Grimes, Dominic Barlow, what could their contracts be? Does he sign them long-term? Like, regardless of what you do after Joel Embiid, Paul George, their contracts are so big that whatever contract you can sign them to under the cap structure will not restrict you from getting anybody. This team, there is one issue. It is you are locked into Paul George and Joel Embiid, and nobody can change that.
Well, that's 2 issues.
Well, joint issues.
That's
combine it to one to make it seem like less issues.
That's 2 players. All right. We'll get back to our text line, but we do have a Phillies series because now that's the only team that's active, right? We do have the Eagles' schedule coming out this week, and we do know that the Eagles are playing the Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day. Can you please have a text ready on that? Do people like that the Eagles play on Thanksgiving? I love it. Johnny loves it. Connor does not. Connor, you're just on the wrong side of history today. Phillies begin a series with the Red Sox, and they have Jesus Luzardo and Andrew Painter scheduled to pitch in this series. How much for your psyche do you need to see them have good outings? Now, Luzardo, we've seen over his last 4 have a solid one, 2 really good ones, but then again, he has the bad one against Colorado, which he's had
disastrous.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of disastrous outings so far this year. Andrew Painter's last outing was his worst. But every outing this year, except for like 1 or 2, has been like, oh, this is the guy that they're putting a lot of faith in, huh? how much do we need to see good outings from those two guys this series? I'm not saying, give it time, wait till June, wait till I'm saying now. We're trying to climb out of being below 500.
It's got to be now. It's got to be now. Like, I mean, this is enough because this is exactly what it's unfortunately what I think we're going to deal with. We're going to deal with the erratic nature of Jesus Luzardo. But I think it's get it started. Get it started. And hopefully it is something that's going to go our way starting tonight.
All right, Mr. Patience over there. What do you think?
I'm not overly worried about either of them yet. I'm really not. Like, here's the thing. Painter, he just has not made that secondary adjustment.
Yeah, I'm not saying Painter for his career. I'm talking about this year. Like, they are under 500. And early on, a lot of it was because of the rotation. I know the bats were the big story, but the rotation, they escaped a lot of criticism early on because of how bad the bats were.
They absolutely have.
Now the bats are waking up a little bit. You're starting to go, oh, wait, what's that guy's ERA? And what's that guy's ERA? Wait a minute. This is the strength of the team?
Yeah, and I saw Jesus Luzardo last year have like a 3-game stretch where he gave up $40 billion earned runs, and he ended up in the Cy Young conversation. He's a guy that's gotten a little bit of a streaky nature to him, and he's also one of those dudes that's outside influenced. You don't have a lot of that in the Phillies rotation, so we're not used to it. Like Wheeler, doesn't matter where he's pitching, he's fine. Ranger, didn't matter where he's pitching, he's fine. Sanchez, same thing. Luzardo's more of like when he's going bad, it gets to him a little bit more. But he's still an incredibly talented guy. And Painter's your 5.
Dude, Luzardo better pitch well on Sunday. Or what's game 3? Friday?
That would be Thursday.
He better pitch well. In the Ranger game?
Yeah.
If Luzardo pitches poorly on Thursday,
oh
my God, dude.
It's so bad.
The stuff that Dave Dombrowski will have to hear.
Rain in the forecast, too, so you may have a change in what's going on with the pitching matchup. Just something to keep an eye on for Thursday.
Dude, if Ranger goes out there, and look, he's a lefty. If Ranger goes out there, and here's a worry. Ranger Suarez absolutely deals on Thursday because he's got the no blood pressure. I don't think he's going, oh no, it's my old friends. Whereas the Phillies are probably going to try to make him pay, and they're going to stink.
He just came off the injured list, so we'll have to see how long they even let him go. It's going to be an interesting look either way, though.
Even if he only pitches 5 innings, it looks really good. That's 5 innings. All right, what do we have on the text line? Turkey Day, Eagles, Cowboys. Do people like it?
Colby in Central PA checks in. He has a pro and con for that. He says, the pros watching football on Thanksgiving is a must. With the Eagles being in it this year, it'll bring more excitement to my day. But the con is my house will be full of people who won't be locked in like me, and that's super distracting.
Yeah, the company that you're sharing is a big part.
Here's what I don't understand is like people's families are different then. Like are people not Eagle families?
A lot of people don't
growing up, I had my grandparents off the boat.
Okay, well
They
that's
didn't give a damn
but
about
they understood your traditions and things that you were into.
No,
right?
absolutely. Like
I'm not saying that
my
they weren't into
grandmother's
it, right.
husband just would watch the games and laugh every time there was a tackle because he thought it was the funniest thing. He's like, he was amazed that people beat each other up like that. But like we as a family did not watch football during dinner time. Like we didn't do the whole like go ahead, go watch. Like it was like, no, grandma's still eating the gizzard. Like you got to sit there until she's done. So there are some families like that.
Yeah, there are moms with little kids. There are aunts and uncles that might not be sports people. Like there are outside the area folks that could be visiting. It's not a great environment for football for me.
My current life, it is a very good environment. Everybody's locked in, so I bend it, but I get it. I know that pain. All right, what else we got?
All right, we also have a check-in, a little bit of both on the Sixers and the Eagles Thanksgiving game. Larry from Delco says, the Sixers killed basketball in the city. They need Jesus to come in and fix them. And hell yeah, Eagles Thanksgiving is perfect. And Eagles money line and the over is a lock.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, man. Go Birds. They're 1.5-point dogs. Lock it in now. FanDuel or Johnny, you can give your parks your love.
Right.
Lock it in now. Eagles plus 1.5. You know what? Let's change the line to like Eagles -3.
That's all you're giving them?
2.5.
I would go field goal. Jake Elliott's back.
The Eagles could be a bigger underdog by the time the game comes.
Or they could be the favorite by the time the game
Yeah, they
comes.
could. They could. I think Dallas is going to be pretty good this year.
So do you think the Eagles win that game, or do you think it's a loss?
I am not. I have no clue what's going to happen at Thanksgiving.
Just a gut feel.
I have no clue what's going to happen at Thanksgiving.
That's a win. Put me down for a W.
Andrew checks in. Thanksgiving game sucks for me. I'm staying home. Bleep the in-laws this year.
Listen, that might be where I'm at, man.
I wonder how many people are changing their annual plans.
What do you mean? What? I don't understand. Like what? Like I'm very confused as to what changes. We watch football on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you do. Not every family does.
No,
man.
I understand, but like I think that I see the most families I know do what we do. So it's just strange. Watch football on Thanksgiving. So it's just a matter
It might
of
be the family that's like, no, everybody sit down together.
Yeah, but then you eat earlier. Then you don't eat during the game. You don't eat at 4:30.
Yeah, but
You
the
eat
football
earlier.
fan doesn't mean you hold the power in the family. Hey, if the matriarch of your family says we're eating at this time, guess what? You're eating at that time.
I will say,
If the matriarch doesn't love her family, yes. If she doesn't, look, my mom would adjust the eating schedule. We used to eat around 4 on Thanksgiving, and if the Eagles were playing at 4, if the Eagles were playing at 4:30, my mom would have adjusted the eating.
I
and
will
we would have
say,
eaten
I had a
early.
Thanksgiving once where I went to the house where the TV was not on, and I eventually had to be like, "Hey, so we gonna watch the football games today?" And
You
they
mean
were
it
like,
wasn't on at all? Whose house was this?
There are a lot of people out there, Johnny.
That
Dude.
don't let football be on in the house? What do they do?
They weren't football fans.
So what do they do?
Music.
What's all like? There's music and
Music.
stuff.
Yeah.
Wow,
All right, coming up next.
I'm calling in sick.
We have the first Monday night football game scheduled just now.
Wow.
Came out. We'll tell you which game. And, of course, it's today's headlines with Connor Thomas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Sixers once again couldn't get 97.5, The Fanatic.
It is 7:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up momentarily, but we have our first Monday night game as all the leaks are coming out. Are they technically leaks if the networks are announcing it?
Nah, not really.
Like Fox announced, the NFL announced, like the official Twitter account of the NFL put out the Eagles-Cowboys Thanksgiving. So is it a leak if the league is putting it out?
It's like an advent calendar where you get the little pieces of chocolate leading up to Christmas.
Okay, sure. Chiefs-Broncos, Monday Night Football. Now, here's what's interesting. One, they don't know where it's at because the whole schedule's not out yet.
Well,
we
then
just
that's
know
really
that it's
not a leak
Chiefs-Broncos.
then.
But number two, does that mean Patrick Mahomes is back week one? Because why would the NFL put a matchup like that, and I guess Bo Nix is back too, like why would you have backup v. backup? Was it Stidham for the Broncos versus Justin Fields for the Chiefs? There's no way the National Football League, the trillion-dollar company that they are, is saying, you know what? For our first Monday night game, we want Stidham versus Fields.
Hang on, a former first-round pick and a guy that just played in the AFC Championship game?
Yeah.
Sounds marquee.
I can't imagine it, though. Like, to me, I can't imagine that they would bet on it. Both of those guys, that both of those quarterbacks are there week one.
I know. It's crazy, but I would imagine why would they do those two teams?
And that's
even
the
if just
official.
one
And that's
guy
the
was playing?
official account of the NFL.
This is
putting that out?
ESPN put it out.
Yeah, Shefty had
on the
it.
night football. Yeah,
Wow.
Shefty did too. Speak
That's
to him
crazy.
tomorrow. Rappaport was saying earlier this week, wouldn't be surprised if Mahomes is out at OTAs. Or last week he said that. So,
Okay.
I mean, if he's going to be out at OTAs, obviously that's different. You're not getting really touched. But I can't imagine the NFL would have those two teams play if those two quarterbacks weren't playing. By the way, one more comment on YouTube about Thanksgiving, the Eagles playing on Thanksgiving. Our man Andrew chimed in earlier, said, bleep the in-laws, I'm not going. He goes, I can't watch an Eagles game with casuals talking and commenting on the game.
See, now
Why did that guy drop the ball? I really don't think that referee is being fair. STFU.
Okay, that is the one that's the first comment that I can absolutely agree with.
Not a bad point.
Can't have it.
I've experienced it, man.
I cannot have that.
I've experienced it.
I cannot have that.
You want to be locked in. You don't want to
No, I
have
can't
to
have
answer.
that.
It's like when you're watching the movie and the I don't want to say the girl, but in my case, the girl's going, well, why did that happen?
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's watch the movie. All right, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. The Sixers were not the only team that got swept in the second round. The Los Angeles Lakers taken out by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. 4-0 the final for that one. But there's a bigger storyline here than just the Thunder rampaging through the West.
Jared McCain scoring 13 points, hitting big threes for them in the fourth quarter yesterday.
How'd you know? No, it might be the future of one LeBron James. He talked after the game about where this leaves him potentially continuing to play basketball.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's a process. It's not about to happen right now. The process of thinking about the whole season and processing over the next, let's say, couple weeks.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Are you sure that video was from yesterday? Because I feel like I've heard that clip.
You have.
From LeBron James in 2025, in 2024, in 2023. I'm pretty sure I've heard LeBron say those exact same words for 3 straight years now.
Yeah, he's been thinking about it. What do you guys think? Does he come back and play?
Yes.
I think he does.
You think he's not going to want a goodbye kiss my backside tour?
I think that's what happens.
He's gonna orchestrate it himself. Oh no! I don't want that. What kind of gift am I getting tonight? Whoa! No, I'm not interested in that. Are there cameras? Hey! He's gonna want every bit.
I
of
mean,
it.
and I can't wait for 41 of those games to be at the Wells Fargo or Xfinity Mobile Arena.
He's gonna
said
want every
process
bit.
4
Of it.
times in there.
Future Sixer LeBron James.
Paul George for LeBron. Who says no?
Well, no, he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Right? You
Sign a
him.
trade.
Sign him to a cheap contract. Well, no, you're not doing sign and
no.
trade. You're not signing him to a max contract.
Yes, lock him down. You get Bronny, too. You forget. All right.
Oh, jeez, that's good.
We'll move on to
little jobs program for the LeBron
we
family.
could all see the Cleveland thing again, right? Like that's probably that would be the biggest no shock ever.
Yeah.
Or New York, because I know that's always been talked about. But why would the Knicks want them?
Nah.
Correct.
It's either Cleveland or LA. Now, did you guys see what happened in the matchup between the Orioles and the Athletics dealing with the home plate umpire yesterday?
Believe it or not, I was not watching O's yesterday.
Oh, you're Mr. Pirates Marlins on opening day. I thought you were a Seaman. Anyway,
I am, but I was not watching this particular matchup.
Well, go ahead and take a listen to what happened with home plate umpire Carlos Torres when Shea Langoliers went to challenge.
5, almost 8 in the second inning, but then from the third inning on, it really goes down.
Another walk for Ward. Wait, Shea Langoliers tried to challenge, and Carlos Torres doesn't grant it because it didn't happen immediately. Wow, Mark Kotsay is fuming in the A's dugout.
And we're starting to see this a little bit around baseball, that audio via the A's television broadcast. They ended up having to eject some people because there was an immediate challenge. Like, it was as the pitch crossed, the guy's tapping on.
Well, I'm trying to watch. Yeah, I'm trying to find the video.
It was immediate.
Okay.
And they just did not grant it. So
yeah, if he challenged it immediately and he didn't grant it, then it's sour grapes by the umpire, or the umpire wasn't paying attention.
But remember why I brought this up at the start of the year? The ability to deny the appeal was something that was going to be a problem.
It's why I've been saying if we're going to do this, just do the whole thing.
Next year it's going to be.
Like, there's no point of this.
It's showing.
There really isn't.
It's showing the accuracy. It's showing how bad, because now, remember, every pitch is being tracked. And they're showing how bad the umpires are. It'll be done. Because when baseball comes back after the lockout, there will be robot umps calling balls and strikes.
Yeah, it was like the universal DH.
They don't have to get – if you can get every pitch right, why would you not want to get every pitch?
Well, there have been certain dynamics in baseball that people might not like. The walk rate is very much up because hitters have a much better idea of where the strike zone is. Does that change the way the game is exciting or not?
Yeah, look, I
didn't
didn't want it to begin with, but I didn't want to do the challenge. If they were going to do it, because eventually they're going to do it. Like, we all know that
it's coming.
Automatic balls and strike system is coming in Major League Baseball. So why not do it right away?
It's coming. I mean, they're going to do it because, again, to get the calls right, there's no reason why you can get it right. And then we don't have anything to argue about. Let's just call balls and strikes.
Did you tap your helmet?
Right. Let's just call balls and strikes and get them right.
And our final thing we'll get into for today's headlines. I know we've mentioned the name multiple times, but Shams putting it out yesterday, making it official. The Milwaukee Bucks are, quote-unquote, open for business on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I will repeat what I said about LeBron James. What year is this?
It's 2026.
Because I get it. The Bucks are now open for business. Well, watch. Giannis is going to say, well, now I don't want to. It's the same thing. Like, Giannis, this has been another 2 years.
You would have loved this a few years ago.
Yeah. But it's like, okay.
And if I hear one more person, and by the way, many of them in our industry go, hey, what about Giannis for Embiid? Why would they want that?
Yeah.
Why would they ever want that?
Giannis has played more basketball than Joel Embiid, and people are talking about Giannis's injury history.
Stop.
But he's out there. They're also going to dangle like Kyle Kuzma and picks as potential assets to try and move with.
A team's he'll get traded, and the team's going to trade for him. Like, there's going to be a market for Giannis.
There's going to be a market.
Sham said like 10 teams yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, Sixers should not be one of them.
No, Sixers. Well, Milwaukee would be stupid if they did.
Well,
try.
You could.
They would be
you could move VJ and picks and stuff, and then you have a different conversation.
And I said the Sixers would be stupid if they did. They'd be stupid to bring him in.
I'm not trying to trade Edgecombe, man.
You're not trading Edgecombe just to get rid of Embiid or to get rid of Paul George.
Now that's another thing. If Morey says I would do this, that would be another. Then you have to find
Put
something.
him out in cuffs.
Handcuffs.
No, lead him out in cuffs. No, I already don't trust him. I don't trust him because I could see him taking that call.
Yeah. All right.
Really
coming up next. It's a Tuesday, Johnny. That means Tuesdays with Amy. Amy Fadul will be in studio with us. Her thoughts on everything Sixers related. What do they do? What can they do? Those are two totally different questions, John. And unfortunately, one of the answers kind of feels like nothing. We'll explain more. We have all the audio from yesterday's reporters coming up next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Change is coming. I'm Connor Thomas, and that's the question when it comes to the Philadelphia 76ers offseason getting going after their second-round exit against the New York Knicks. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne joined Middays with Marks yesterday. She talked about the president of basketball operations position, if Daryl Morey was to be moved on from. His Bob Myers a guy who could be waiting in the wings?
My gut says yes. And I also just, why would a change necessarily have to happen? I'll say this about Bob Myers. I don't think he wants that job. He's not trying to take over as the president.
Now, her saying her gut says yes is to Daryl Morey returning, so we'll keep an eye on that as the Sixers take the week to evaluate the status of Morey and head coach Nick Nurse. Tony Jones of The Athletic also reported on issues between players in the front office following the Jared McCain trade. He will join us coming up at 9:05. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. A couple of big internal questions for them are Trevor Zegras, his future. He's a restricted free agent after his 67-point first season in Philly. Dan Vladar could need a contract extension as well. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch is at 6:45 p.m. Zach Wheeler is on the mound for the Phils in this one. And the NFL schedule release is just 2 days away, but we already got a leak. The Eagles play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. Amy Fadul joins the guys coming up next. She'll be with us for the remainder of the show. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic app.
Oh, it is 8 a.m. here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on a Tuesday, which means one of our favorite people, Amy Fadul, is in studio this morning. Amy, hi.
Good morning.
I hope you had a nice Mother's Day, and I hope it had nothing to do with the Sixers, even though I know it does have something to do with the Sixers, considering what you do for a living.
I was there.
And the fact that you are part of a crazed sports family, which I love and I appreciate that. But the Sixers did not love and appreciate you back on Sunday.
Oh, they didn't love and appreciate the moms that were in attendance at the game. I knew several moms that were there. We had moms ringing the bell. It was Mom's Day, and there was not a lot of love. No show your love for us on that day. Yeah, I do that all the time.
I still got to show you love.
Show you love. I got a shirt somewhere.
Real quick, when I got my wisdom teeth taken out, I was still, you're hopped out, when you're walking out.
Yeah.
And Christy was like, You just kept saying show your love to
Show your
everybody.
love. Spencer Hawes and Lou Will would be so excited for you. They'd be so proud.
Dude.
They'd be
Well, I
so
mean, I was
proud.
a process guy. Like, you know,
Show your love.
You were a cosplayer.
a day oneer,
Yes.
man. All right, so, Amy, it sucked.
You still have that costume, by the way?
I never had the costume.
Because we might need it again.
The fatheads are still somewhere.
We might need it again.
There's a big difference between what you want them to do and what they can do.
Thank you.
Major
I
difference.
feel like I've had that conversation for the last 48 hours.
Obviously, you would love to move on from one of, if not both, of the big contracts. And you know that pains me to say because I love JoJo.
Yeah.
Pains me to say it, but it's probably best interest of the team. Here's the thing, guys. We'll just trade him for a bag of balls.
Not how that works.
That's not how it works. You need to make the money match. You need to get another bad contract, and then you'll complain about the other bad contract that you get back, unless it's just like 1 year left of a bad contract, and then you can move on from there. So there's a bunch of audio that we'll play for you because I'm curious to get your opinion on it. But first and foremost, you know, what you think would be the best plan for the Sixers in the 2026 NBA offseason that is likely to happen, that is logical, the things that could actually happen and not just trade Joel Embiid for another superstar.
Oh, yeah. Giannis isn't coming here. Great. Let's just. I saw the odds on, and I keep like scrolling down when they had like sent others all the way down. I was like, oh, that's not very good.
You know what I would do? I would follow the Kalshi odds.
Yeah. No, that's
Giannis's partners.
He partners with them.
Yeah, just saying.
Which is odd in and of its own right.
It is.
So weird.
It is.
Just saying.
First and foremost, I will always say that after I saw the Bradley Beal contract moved, I will think every NBA contract is movable.
Sure.
There was never any doubt. So when people say, like, you can't, I will never use like definitive words like that. So you could always figure out something. It just depends on what your satisfactory level is of what you get in return.
Yeah, like
right?
I mentioned, Dallas
You could have
has Chris Middleton.
Right.
Who's better for the Dallas Mavericks right now, Chris Middleton or Paul George? I would say probably Paul George. So you could, and then you just take Chris Middleton and you deal with it for a year, which is best for the Sixers because you're another year removed, or you're just 1 year away from getting rid of that contract. But if we're talking about trying to contend, like you don't.
That's
but
not
why
helpful.
does Dallas want to, when they're 1 year away from being out from under it?
Well, because they have to. I think that they would think that it's a more viable offensive and defensive player than what Middleton has left.
Yeah.
And I will say the one thing that, and I had already texted Ricky and Bill yesterday about missing Tyrese Maxey's. It's weird that I knew his birthday was in November just because I think we were working that day. And so I always remember these things. And Bill had read it wrong and said it was April. And then Ricky was saying that Paul George is going to be 38. That's a good thing if Paul George is here at 38, which means we're at the end of the first round of the playoffs of his last year in the contract. He just turned 36 like a week ago. So I think that there's more tread left on those tires. So when you're looking for a team that's interested in PG, you're getting him all of 36 and all of 37. He played at a high level towards the end. He did have a 25-game break, which probably helped him have those fresh wheels.
Did.
But I think he is going into an offseason where he's healthy. So as far as you're looking for a pitch to sell on another team, you have a couple of positives to sell, right, to present.
I watched that discussion that they had on NBA Live, though, about it, where they were just saying teams that see their way out from under these old contracts, these bad guy contracts, that they're usually looking to get out of them faster, not to take on another one that then puts them back longer when they have a generational player like a Cooper Flag.
Sure.
They're looking to get
Usually.
But they might say, look
it
at this
faster.
veteran that we can bring in alongside Cooper Flag.
Are they looking at him as that guy?
VJ Edgecombe.
A lot of people are, actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of people are. I think that he opened a lot of eyes during the Celtics series. Now, you have to take with it, again, that he had a lot of rest going into that. I mean, the guy only played the final 10 games of the regular season after missing the previous 25. So he was able to keep his body healthy. Maybe that unlocked something. But as far as like a selling point, those are things that you could sell. I think Minnesota Timberwolves are another intriguing team out there as far as trying to get over the hump. Now, obviously, they're in a series right now with the Spurs. However that one comes out, they might be looking for just an extra piece. People are going to go look at what the Bucks did a la Drew Holiday. Bucks were the exact same team. You bring in Drew Holiday, who I think is a tremendous player, a Hall of Fame level player. Instantly, it's a better team. Now, is Paul George Drew Holiday? In this scenario, you want to sell him as that. I don't think he is that necessarily.
Two-way player.
But, he's a very good defensive player. He can give you something on offense. If he is a difference maker in some team's mind, if you're a team that's sitting out there, especially in the West, and you can't get over the hump, and you feel like you're just there, you need to get to the finals and compete, those are the teams you're trying to sell on the contract. So to your kind of point and question, John, like, yes, it is kind of one of those things like, are we really moving off a bad contract to get another bad contract? You won't. For the teams that are looking at that, they're not going to look at it as a player as a bad contract. It is a bad contract. Let's just be honest.
Yeah. Yes.
I think I've come on here before. I didn't have any quibbles with the signing of PG necessarily. The length of the contract was always what puzzled and kind of concerned me because of the length of time you're tying.
It was the only way he was coming here.
Exactly. So you felt like you had to sweeten the pot and add on the extra year. Now you're.
I'll throw another team out there. I was just thinking about it, like Houston. I don't know what they're. Kevin Durant can play until he's 50. Exactly. And he'll play for his 15th
and what's
team.
another team that he's going to run to try to
win
with?
So if he leaves,
he can play for 50 years.
What if Paul George goes to Houston?
And by the way, they're willing to let him leave.
Yeah, I think that Houston
sign and trade Kevin Durant to the Sixers.
They're willing to let him leave.
Kevin Durant. Yes,
No.
100%.
I would in a heartbeat.
Are you kidding
me? Give me KD.
PG for KD?
Well, just to let him watch. Yeah, to watch it would be much more enjoyable.
As
someone that covers the team.
As someone who has to do 82 dates, I know what Amy's answer is.
Sign and trade Kevin Durant to the Sixers. Paul George goes to the Houston Rockets. 610-632-0975. Let's make it happen. All right.
And you might go from – that could get you from a –
offensively, you would have –
that could get you to a home court first-round series in the East.
Offensively, it would be obviously, offensively, it would be a huge improvement.
And you could be a home court first-round series team in the East.
Would shoot up.
Yep.
I don't know that the Rockets would do it because they need offense down there.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's make it happen.
Make it happen. Daryl Morey loves Houston, so.
Amy Fadul's calling again. Do not put her calls through. We're not interested in this woman.
So, Amy.
People are going to write right now. Amy Fadul says you should do this.
There was a lot of reporting being done yesterday and a lot of articles being written. We're going to speak with Tony Jones coming up at 9:05. He had the big one about, the
Jared McCain.
Embiid absence, the Jared McCain trade, the fallout of that. No surprise that players that didn't want him traded to begin with were upset that he got
It literally kind of said that.
Yeah.
They didn't even it wasn't even overt.
Right. No, it was
pretty much
clear. I remember
clear.
Embiid leading up to it said, we've been ducking the tax. Please don't make the trade. And
don't do it again.
They make the trade.
And even afterwards, we're like, of course we miss him.
So we had Adam Aronson on yesterday from Philly Voice.
Sixers
Adam. And one of our questions, and Connor, have we gotten any people on the text line that take the side of the Boston Celtics series? Like, have we gotten one? All right, I'm not surprised. One of my biggest fears is the Sixers lying to themselves. Take a listen to what Adam Aronson said on the show yesterday about the Sixers having to figure out which one was more real.
I mean, this is a team that after Game 4 against Boston looked completely dead in the water and then puts together, the best 3-game playoff stretch that the Sixers have had in the playoffs in 2 decades, and then follows that up with a complete stinker, getting embarrassed in a 4-game sweep and having its arena taken over by road fans to a degree that I've never seen in any NBA city, let alone this one. And that's sort of what I think is going to be the most challenging part of the offseason ahead for the Sixers, is parsing how much good they can take from those 3 games against Boston and how much they have to take away from the other, I think, 91 games that they played from opening night on. Because, I mean, optimists will tell you that stretch against Boston provided a proof of concept for what all of this was supposed to be.
Sometimes just being optimistic means you're fooling yourself. Please don't tell me they will fool themselves into thinking we can build off of those 3 games when the very next series, the one that just ended on Sunday, the one that ended within the same week? When was Game 7 against the Celtics? Was that Saturday?
Saturday
night. All right,
Saturday, yeah.
Saturday night. All right, so within 8 days,
Saturday night,
they lost 4 straight games and got swept. There is no way they can look at those 3 games and say that's something we can build on. At this age, like if it's a bunch of young guys, sure. Like the Flyers, you can build off of something despite them getting swept by the Hurricanes, a better hockey team. Whereas in this case,
I mean, the Knicks are a better team.
Yes, but the Sixers are not in their 20s,
right?
Young 20s. They have the Flyers have a 19-year-old on their team. The Sixers have guys that are about to get their AARP card. Like what are we doing here?
Sixers do have a 20-year-old, but yes, to your point, you would hope that the joy that you felt, and it was joyful.
It's amazing.
It was joyful, and I think you can embrace that and realize, at its perfect iteration, at everything going right, that's what you are.
First round series.
Everything going right, The last 3 games, I mean. The last 3 games are everything going right. When you signed Paul George, when you extended Joel Embiid, this is everything. Everything came on perfect, and this is it. And you got it for 3 games. I would hope you cannot extrapolate 82 from 3. You would hope that that's the case because you can't. I don't know that the Knicks can extrapolate anything from the 4-game series, right? They're a very good team. I think that they're halfway through their series. I think it was 2-2 to the Hawks. I thought, even still, I think this team is a team that could win the East. The Celtics were not the team. But Celtics, they're threatening to blow things up right now anyway. But you would hope that you cannot extrapolate anything from one series, no matter how good or how bad. Do I think the Sixers are as bad as they were in the 4-game sweep? No. Do I think they're as good as they were in that 3-game winning streak to beat the Celtics? Also no. Like, I think both can be true. So you would hope that that's not going to be the case, but I can't guarantee. I don't know what that front office is thinking. You would hope that they're not going to be able to say, like, oh, well, at our perfect iteration. The perfect never happens.
No.
You can't have
now,
perfection.
that's what they'll bring to Josh Harris, I would imagine.
I can't trust Daryl Morey not to try to sell that.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I don't
know that he needs to sell it.
Explain.
Because I think that the proof is in the pudding for him. Like, if you need to make a pitch, there's really only one slide, and it's showing that you came back from 3-1. So I don't think there's a big sales pitch on that. If you feel like you're putting in the position, if the ownership group is coming to their general manager, and they're saying, I don't know, seems like we need to move off of some of these things. I don't know that conversation is happening. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know that there is a sales pitch.
It's the one thing I would say is, how is management feeling every night, and even last night? They're getting clowned every night for that Jared McCain deal. Like, do you think it matters to them? Do you think it matters to them at all?
I don't know.
I hope so too, but I wonder if it does, though.
Yeah, I don't know. You would really hope so, because you had Howie Roseman in the building for that last game. You've had Jeffrey Lurie down there. You live in this town where comparison can be the thief of joy, but it could also be a driver.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of those things, everybody wants to get in on it. Everybody wants to get in on the winning. They see how everybody is. You saw the Flyers going over to the Phillies game. They see what everybody is like. You can feed off of it. It doesn't have to take anything away from what you experienced. But at the same time, you would hope that they would look at the way that the reaction is and the way the Philadelphia fans are. And I think we are more reactive than we have been in past because we're impatient.
Yeah.
And they have a right to be impatient.
Yep.
Look, we're in a Philly season right now where for the first time ever, John Kincaid's been open to hearing people say, "Wake me up when."
And I've never been open to
Dude, if the Sixers run it back, it's gonna be "Wake me up in April." Like, it's gonna be the exact same thing. And that buildings don't sell out when there's a "Wake me up when" mentality.
Yeah, you can only garner so much joy from watching that backcourt, and there is a lot, and you can really take away from that. And to your analogy a little bit of the Flyers, I think that you would really have to hyper focus on VJ and Tyrese in order to garner the same kind of hope for the youngness. But if you're still trotting out some of the guys, and let's face it, for unrestricted free agents, they got a lot of them. Yep. You've got Kelly Oubre, you've got Quentin Grimes. These are guys that you depended on, rightly or wrongly, depending on I mean, the bench. You guys, I will beat the dead horse again. You guys asked me all before the trade deadline. You asked me after the trade deadline. What did I want? I wanted a microwave scorer off the bench and a wing.
Dude, Daryl Morey.
That's what I wanted.
This is another issue with Daryl Morey. He falls in love with, look at the James Harden. He falls in love with people, PJ Tucker. He's in love with Quentin Grimes. And I know that Quentin Grimes played well defensively in this series. That can't be my first guy off the bench.
No.
My first guy off the bench, my first 2 guys off the bench is 50-year-old Andre Drummond and Quentin Grimes.
Yeah, his inconsistency, I think, cost him a lot of money, unfortunately. And I like Quentin Grimes as a player. I think he has a role.
Ton of energy.
I think he's a good role player. I think he's a good, 8. He's the 8th man out for you.
Yeah, he's their 6th guy.
He's not a microwave scorer. He's just not. You need a guy that's going to come in, and for better or for worse, like when you look at who's been that guy for the Sixers over the years, Lou Will is that guy.
Yes.
That's your guy.
That's a long time ago, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, it's been
they've had others in there for different reasons. TJ McConnell can be that guy for you. He was that guy for a bit.
He's gone.
Or if you had a guy that could hit threes like George Niang, but even that
you just needed something. Yeah. You needed something.
He was a 6th man for this team. Like, that's horrible.
And that's the thing. So the bench was always going to come back to hurt you. And I know that sounds strange to say in the playoffs because your rotation gets so tight. But because your rotation is so tight, those bench people are so much more important.
It's just like the Phillies.
Like
the people that do, come on, you can't blame Bohm and Marsh and Stott. Look at the big three guys. Yeah, I'll look at the big three guys, but there's 9 guys in an order. So in basketball, yeah, sure, I'll blame Embiid first. I'll blame Paul George first. I'll blame Tyrese Maxey first. But those 3 guys could have average their best career numbers in the playoffs, and if the rest of the 5 guys that you're playing are killing you, so that's why I hate when people. Oh, come on, don't just blame don't blame those guys. Yes, everybody is to blame.
Well, and also
it starts up in the front office.
Let's go back to Game 2, and I thought Nick Nurse had a very honest answer. The thing that I will say about Coach Nurse is that he gives you stuff. You don't.
Yes, he does.
You don't always hear a lot of things, and that from a lot of coaches. So when he says things, I'm like, oh, I don't know if you admitted that, and he admitted. He tried to empty the clip in Game 2, which is why Tyrese Maxey played all but a minute 12 of the game, why you have all those guys at 40-plus minutes. He thought if we could come back 1-1, it changes the tenor of the series. You split here, and then now you're in a situation. That's what and I get it. I think, but him admitting that he basically went all out for Game 2 and used up all these minutes. When you look at the bench and people are like, oh, well, you got to rely on Tyrese Maxey and Paul George and Joel Embiid. Do you have to rely on them for 48 minutes? That's not a realistic winning formula.
No.
And that's where the disappointments come. Tyrese Maxey played the most minutes in the NBA. It's something we talked about all year during the regular season. Is it going to come back to bite you? It's hard to say it didn't come back to bite you. It's hard to say that.
And it's important to note, too, with the Sixers, as far as this thing going forward. 2 years ago, you had to have the closed-door meeting with Tyrese Maxey, scolding Joel Embiid behind closed doors, and now we find Tony Jones reporting yesterday that on the day that Joel Embiid was like, they're not going to let me play basketball, members of the team were saying having issues again with certain members of the team not doing things and not following team procedures, not attending team functions.
I think that those are just cracks in a team now that's been exposed. I don't look at a lot of that stuff. I think always like hindsight's 20/20 when you look back on things and you hear about. All teams go through that. You don't hear about it on winning teams until books are written
unless
decades
things start
later.
To fall apart, right?
But even on winning teams, you don't hear about it. I mean, think about how many times you've heard stories about
Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face.
Right? And these are winning teams. You don't hear about them for years afterwards.
By the way, that wouldn't have gotten out unless somebody sold the video to
Exactly. And they would have never talked about it because that's how, when you're winning, it cures all ills.
But it's happening over and over again with the same guy. The same guy is the reason.
I'm not going to say that doesn't happen in other places. Do you know what I mean?
But I don't care.
Dwayne Wade.
But the thing is, I don't care about the other places. I care about this team having dysfunction, and it's allowed to happen over and over again. And last year, it was, we're going to be different. He was going to be different after that.
I will argue that he was different for the most part. I know there's the one thing where he was sick. And that, I mean, if you're going to go for an 80, how many games they ended up playing? They played 11 games in the postseason, and they had 82. So whatever.
And he played 38. He played 38.
Thank you for my math. I could think. BJ Edgecombe played 86 games. I remember thinking, my God, man, the kid played 33 last year. But if you're going through a 90-plus game season, if you have 1 or 2 incidents, I feel like that's actually probably not that big. It's big because of the level and of the stardom of the player that's concerned. And to your point, John, if there is repetition of the behavior, I think then there's cause for concern. But if there's, I don't know, if there's only 1 or 2 instances, maybe it's just the fact that it keeps happening more than.
If his teammates are going to the management about it, that tells me it's not 1 or 2 incidents. It's not 1 incident. That means we're tired of this crap. It doesn't mean it's one day that happened.
Yeah, but at least they're trying to fix it, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry, 94 games. I forgot. Play-in champions.
Play-in champions.
Yes.
Hang the banner.
All right.
That's weird because those games actually don't count.
No, they don't.
Coming up next.
You played it, but you don't ever see it again.
You heard Johnny bring up the Tony Jones article. We'll go a little bit more through that. He joins us coming up at 9:05 today. He also wrote about the futures of Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse. So we'll talk about that coming up next. And also, Ramona Shelburne was on with Middays with Marks yesterday. She says change doesn't have to happen. We'll discuss that next. Kincade Salciunas, Amy with us, 97.5 The Fanatic.
I hope you have a Bradford White water heater in your house. I hope you've taken my advice on this because Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best with top performance year after year, just like what people around here expect. They're built to be the best because they use the finest components from around the world, plus the fact that they are only brought to your home and installed by plumbing professionals. You don't just go to a big box store, pick up a Bradford White, take it off the shelf, and come home and put it together yourself. They are the best because plumbing professionals will tell you. They're super efficient. They're going to help you save cash. And also, they're going to be dependable. Their heat pump models and their tankless water heaters, they can give you all the hot water you need on demand when you need it. And these things spatially take up so much less space, it's amazing. If you just want to stay comfortable and content knowing you've got all the water you need and it's going to be scalding hot if you need it, well, Bradford Whites are the best. They're super reliable. Go get yourself a Bradford White. Go to BradfordWhite.com and learn more. Find the plumbing professional near you because how you heat your water, it matters. Choose my friends at Bradford White.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers evaluating the situation. I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is starting to evaluate what moves they could make this offseason. ESPN's Ramona Shelburne joined Middays with Marks yesterday. She talked about the future of Joel Embiid and Paul George.
You can't really move Embiid. He makes so much money. There's such a long-term commitment there. But you have two aging stars in Paul George and Embiid. Maybe you could move Paul. I don't see those guys being movable.
That makes it tough for the Sixers to make significant roster changes. Tony Jones of The Athletic also reported that they're evaluating the status of President of Basketball Operations Daryl Morey and head coach Nick Nurse, and that there were issues between players in the front office following the Jared McCain trade. We'll get more from Tony coming up at 9:05 when he joins us. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. Keeping an eye on Trevor Zegras, who's expected to be who will be a free agent this year. We'll see what this Flyers do with them. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch is at 6:45 p.m. Zach Wheeler is on the bump for the Phils. They look to win another series. And the NFL schedule release is just 2 days away. Eagles will play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. This update is brought to you by Cirque du Soleil Lucia. Discover Lucia by Cirque du Soleil, a visually stunning world of light, rain, and imagination. Get your Cirque du Soleil Lucia tickets on the Fever app or at CirqueDuSoleil.com. I'm Connor Thomas for them of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
John, give me your thoughts on...
as well. It's a Tuesday with Amy Fadul in studio after the Sixers debacle that was the entire second round. I'm not even going to say Sunday's game 4. Really, the entire second round. Game 2, they showed the most fight. But basically, they got blown out 3 out of 4 games, and we're talking about what they should do and what they can do. And I'm curious, Connor, has anybody sent in any logical what the Sixers should do opinions at 610-632-0975 on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. And then we'll check the poll, and we'll play some for Ramona Shelburne because I'm curious to hear what Amy has to say about it. But what do we got on the text line?
It depends what you count as logical, because it's very tough to find outs for a lot of people. The closest I think we've come to something is this texter checking in, Ben in Bucks County, who is saying that the Sixers, they need a culture change. And by culture change, I mean change in ownership. Because unless they change ownership, they have an owner that cares more, or for an owner that cares more, they're never going to win anything.
I know people have been doing the sell a team thing. I know. We see it all the time.
Does that ever work?
You can't make him. Daniel Snyder, it finally worked.
I think he did a little bit himself.
He was pressured out, too.
Yeah.
But you see that out in Oakland, you saw that that didn't work.
Yeah, they didn't get him to. They got him to go to Vegas.
I think that's obviously an extreme example because he literally took the team and moved. And
Exactly.
Right. We're not looking for that at all.
We're not. But it's a.
But I think that's not a realistic.
No, it's not a strategy.
It's not realistic, right? What do you?
No.
What are you?
And more importantly, he's sitting on he's sitting
like,
on a absolute gold mine, so he's not leaving. But it's clear, and I've said it all the time, and people have ridiculed me for it, and I'll say it again. He cares about the Washington Commanders. That is his dream team, his team that he had growing up. They're the team that gets his primary focus. He has even had resources pulled from the 76ers to the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, my only thing
when he got the Commanders, that was his toy, his lifetime dream. That's his focus, his primary love and joy.
My thing with Harris has always been, is he cutting the checks? That's what I care about. Because I don't want to.
I mean, he's a businessman.
I don't want him making basketball
at the end of the day.
I don't
well, maybe if you're
I know. Look, I get you.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it because if you just take an owner at their face, and obviously I think we're a little bit skewed here because we have 2 owners that are so front facing as far as their involvement. I mean, John Middleton comes out all the time, and he is just super, super involved. I don't know that that's the standard when you look at the way other teams are owned.
Yeah,
maybe
we're lucky with Jeffrey Lurie.
It's great.
That's.
But I think
very fortunate.
At its face, the owners are an owner of a team is a businessman, right? They own the team. John, you said it's an investment, and if you are if you're a good businessman, you want to tend to your investment. You want to make sure your investment pays off for you.
What's the last dynasty in the NFL?
The Patriots were a dynasty. And the Chiefs. Chiefs.
Don't the Chiefs grade out as one of the worst organizations year in year
when they have those anonymous
their locker rooms an F, their food's an F. To me, if I'm reading that report,
their ownership is
I'm going, damn, this ownership group sucks. And then I go, wait, how many Super Bowls have they won recently?
So it's I don't know.
I get it from the Texas.
I get it.
I get it.
Because I think people are looking at how can I make a fundamental change of a team that's going to be something different than I've seen for the last 20 years. That's what I think people are looking at. So they're trying to make it something big. It doesn't necessarily have to be that big. I think there's ways to adjust the team. But yeah, you want to have the investment. To both of your points, you want to have that kind of monetarily invested and also emotionally. You want everybody to be in on your team, so to speak.
If this is a hard question for you to answer because of what you do, then you can just say so. But I do not trust Daryl Morey to make the decisions going forward.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things we talked about because we do a lot of our end of the season segments when I have Coach and Mark with me, so they don't have to keep coming in. So we do a couple of them just to spread throughout this week. After that, they kind of obviously lose their little evergreen. But the question you have to ask yourself is, what has your front office done that you like? What have they done that you don't like? And weigh those 2 things. And do you feel confident in them going forward to do whatever it is necessary? That's the fundamental question you have to ask yourself. So if you look at Daryl Morey in the front office, because it's not just him, but yes, he's going to be the leader of it, the front of the front office. Great things in drafting.
Yes.
Some really good drafts. Moving off some contracts. Another pro, right? Moved off a couple of contracts that you thought were maybe going to be kind of immovable. Not so great. The trade of Jared McCain with nothing in return. And Andrew, you've said this, and I wholeheartedly agree. I do think that there was another move that they thought was going to happen.
And then he misread the market.
Exactly. So then that's a misstep.
Huge, yeah.
Some of the contracts that you've made, that's a misstep because now you've hamstrung yourself. Sixers are the only team in NBA right now that have three $40 million plus players next year.
And who
the
did
only
that?
team.
And it's not done after
And
next year.
he did
It's
that.
not done for a couple of years.
This guy did that.
So so when you're looking at your piles of who you want going forward, you have to weigh like is evaluations are important.
Yeah, and to
you?
me, like,
is it learning from your mistakes are important?
Like,
to
let's
you?
say I'll use my son as an example.
Okay.
Like
We're not drafting him.
we're still working on like cleaning up our toys like every day, right? So
Are you talking about Connor or okay?
Hey, I'm clean in here. I'll have you know.
So it's great that yesterday my son finally was like, all right, I'll put away the Legos. He cleaned up a mess.
Oh, good.
Without being asked?
And then I turned and I saw the rest of the mess.
Oh, well.
So Daryl Morey may have cleaned up some messes,
Right?
Because we had the cousins over for Mother's Day.
Okay.
So he helped clean up the mess that he and his cousins did. So he helped that mess. But
Right.
the mess that he created because he was working on something over there. So Daryl Morey can clean up all the messes from the previous regime he wants. He may have made a bigger mess with these contracts.
Well, that's the thing. You have to be able to have faith in whoever's running your front office because there's missteps, everybody, right? Everybody makes mistakes. But to the degree that they've made some of the contract decisions and put them in the position and some of the signings or non-signings in the offseason, you have to wonder, like, okay, did you learn from that mistake? What is your plan going forward? As an ownership group, I'm coming to my front office and saying, what is your plan going forward? Because this is not good enough.
The only thing he learned is they're starting to get younger, like with Edgecombe, even though it kind of felt like he was trying to trade him a couple of times during the season.
The city would revolt.
Not entirely sure if how real the Kawhi stuff.
I don't know
how real that was.
But it was definitely being talked
But
about.
it was being talked about. So, like, I don't know if he was truly in this belief of getting younger. But, you know, they finally got rid of let's bring back all the Rockets and the PJ Tuckers and all that. Like, they did start to get younger. Now, I want to play this, Amy, because here this is something that we talked about a lot as a show this morning before you came in. Whether or not making change for the sake of change is a good idea. We have a poll up on it, but before that, here's Ramona Shelburne yesterday with Middays with Marks.
My gut says yes. A week ago, we were talking about how they finally got over the hump and beat the Celtics. I thought that was really important. I think beating the Celtics in the way they did, coming back 3-1, I think that showed this team has it. But DJ Edgecombe can get a lot better. Maxey can get a lot better. I think probably some stuff will come out about just what Maxey was playing with that pinky, you know, I think that was pretty rough that he's been playing with. And I also just like, why would it change necessarily have to happen?
That's the part at the end that I
hate that part.
And look, I respect Ramona Shelburne a lot.
So do I.
Very, very connected, yeah.
Ramona is not living it. It's how many times have we had this conversation? It's like when Shefty joins us every Wednesday.
She lives in L.A.
Shefty would be like, "What do you guys complain about? The Eagles are 6-1." Like, yeah, they have not scored a second half point since week 1. Like, that's why I'm complaining.
Different oxygen.
I'm not just happy about wins because of the standard and the expectations we have of the Philadelphia Eagles. So Ramona goes, well, why does change need to happen? Well, because I've been living through this pain for many years now, and we have a poll up and running brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's strong every morning, thanks to him. What do we got, Connor?
Do you believe change for change's sake can make a difference for the Sixers? 64% of our responders are saying yes, 36 saying no.
What do you think when it comes to that? Just the change for the sake of change?
I think it can help.
Yeah.
I think that it's a little bit disingenuous to think just because they had this great series, and I'm not bashing Ramona Shelburne. I do think she does a lot of very good work, but it's difficult for her to put herself here. Like, she's looking at it from, all right, well, you guys on the outside, yeah, you lost to a better Knicks team, and you were dealing with injuries. I got it.
I mean, I talked to an executive that
done.
thinks VJ Edgecombe is going to be some superstar, and you know,
sure. He is going to be a really good player. There's no doubt about it. Tyrese Maxey showed us another level. Every year he's been here, he's gotten better. That is great. That's the trajectory you want. But to say that you don't need change just because of two things, that are going really well and kind of not looking at the other things that are not going well and haven't gone well for a long time. When the Sixers were stuck in those 7-8 playoff positioning for years, they got tired of it.
Like they used to be, yeah.
They got tired of it. They blew it up in a giant way.
They got tired of it.
Yeah.
They got tired of it. They did a big change. Maybe a little too extreme.
Didn't work.
Very extreme.
A little extreme. But listen, you can't fault them for trying. They did something different.
Would you sign up for it? Not big.
No,
not as
good
big.
Lord.
No, not as big. Not as big. I'm saying.
Sorry, I got a little scared there.
I'm saying the Paul George to Dallas, Chris Middleton. You're just dealing with the year of Chris Middleton.
Sign me up.
Like
I would do
Give
it. Me the pen. Give me the pen.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that you would.
It sucks because
Amy,
for
if you
a
say
year,
it, they might listen.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
it sucks for a year. You're kicking. But I
yeah,
use
you
this.
you
I
have
use
to
the
eat a little
Steelers for
bit
an
of it.
example.
Amy,
the
just do
Steelers.
the shows.
The Steelers
Do the
need to
shows.
just suck for a year. Like they have to. They have a great organization, great franchise, great fan base. All this
They've missed
stuff.
the boat on the quarterback for
Since Roethlisberger was still playing.
exactly 10 years at this point.
And so if they just suck for a year or two, and it's not draft Kenny Pickett midway through the first round, like you actually get a guy of note, that organization might be something again.
You become middling.
And if you say it, Amy, they may do it.
Oh, no.
Just say it, Amy. Say it.
All right, coming up next.
Help us. Help
we'll
us.
check more
help
of
you.
our text line. And there's a headline from your company, Amy, that I need to shoot down.
Uh-oh.
Because I can't let people buy into it. And I'm not saying like reporters. I'm saying there might be somebody that reads this and goes, oh, okay. And it's very Phillies fan in October and November of 2025.
Oh, boy.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
If you go to the doctor and you get some bad test results or something like that, make sure you're getting all the follow-ups. And if a cancer diagnosis comes into your family, check out my friends at CMOH, the Consultants in Medical Oncology and Hematology, because Dr. John Sprandio Jr. saved my life. Can't get a better endorsement than that, can I? Yeah. When we shopped around, too, we talked to different doctors. And the minute that we met Dr. Sprandio and the team at CMOH, we knew that is who I was going to entrust with saving my life. They have 3 great locations, and their mainline cancer center in Newtown Square is their newest, and it's absolutely awesome. You're going to find free parking with easy access, no elevators and garages to deal with at any of their locations. But best of all, they're an independent practice, so they deal with hospitals and healthcare systems from around the area, so you can pick and choose the best doctors to be able to help you get the results that you need. They found the protocol for me. They led me through it. And when I say Dr. Sprandio, he gets the most credit, but his team is amazing. So the nurses, the front office staff, all the other doctors that occasionally I'd have to meet with too, they were the best. They gave me my life back. So if you need someone to help you get your life back, the Consultants in Medical Oncology and Hematology are there to help. Visit CMOH.org and take the first step towards you getting the same thing that I got, a new lease on life and peace of mind.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8:48 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's a Tuesday with Amy Fadul in studio. Coming up at 9:05, Tony Jones wrote the big article in The Athletic. We've been talking to him all season long. It was great to get to know Tony and talk some ball with him. But he had the big article about some players being upset with Joel Embiid at points during the season because of the practice stuff, because of the illness. And then, of course, post-McCain trade, I wonder how much of a voice Joel Embiid still has in this organization, because he went out. He went out and said, I don't want them to trade anyone. And then they traded somebody. Like, does he have much of a voice left? And by the way, I don't know if he should.
Right. I mean,
why should he?
He's not available.
You're looking
half
at
the season.
Let's think about the NBA as a whole. How many teams are going to listen to their star players? I would think there's probably a handful.
Sure.
The Lakers come to mind. I would think the OKC.
Warriors with Steph.
I think that they don't listen as much as they used to. But yes, at the time.
With Steph, they probably do.
Yeah, do you think that he wanted Clay gone?
No.
There you go.
No.
But I feel like they probably did. There's times where Steph, these are elite.
Right, the best of the best.
Joel Embiid is obviously an elite player when he's healthy. But those are also different run organizations, right? So I feel like they're going to look at it and be like, this is what we have to do to get better. We know better than our players. And I think that's true for 90% of the NBA teams. So I don't think the Sixers are alone in that. But to your original question of like, does he have a voice? I don't know what they view their players as. I don't know if they want their input. I don't think it's a personal indictment on Joel Embiid as much as it is like we're just not.
Maury saying
we got our guys.
He would be a part of the Nick Nurse coach search. Now,
I think
how
they like
much
input.
is that true?
Yeah, like I don't know. Do they? Here's our guys. What do you think of them? I'm still going to make my own decision. I don't know how that inner working, goes for the front office or for the ownership group when it comes to making these decisions. If they, do you want them to be a part of it? You would hope that their input is taken. I would assume it is, but I don't know that to be true.
Now, the article in question here, Amy, on NBCSportsPhiladelphia.com.
The headline.
I'm not ripping Noah Levick, who wrote the article, but the headline, Sixers can see real reasons for optimism now, but they're still not close to contention. I want to eliminate the first half of that because I will call out my fellow Philadelphia fans, even though we may have disagreements on the teams. We are fellow Philadelphia fans.
Okay.
When Dave Dombrowski had his press conference last October about we have a good club,
we crushed him.
We ran. No, there were a lot of people that also agreed with him.
Oh no, there
were a lot of people that said, he's not wrong.
If this happened,
and I don't want that to happen with this Sixers team. It's why earlier in the show I asked how many of you out there do think that the Boston series is something to, hang your hat on. I'm glad we have not gotten many texts about that. But I remember when the Phillies first lost to the Dodgers, everybody was angry. Then Dave Dombrowski spoke, and there are people that gobble up that stuff. And because they don't want to be negative about their teams. I get it. Like, we love our teams. We want the teams to win. We want the teams to be happy. We want everybody to be happy. But sometimes looking at just the positives, like, yeah, you're excited about the future of Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe together. Then what?
Yeah.
That's my thing. Like, when I read this article, it was very much those two guys. And I get it. That's reason for optimism. Then what? Like, Embiid,
what else?
Embiid, I can't feel optimistic anymore about Joel Embiid. I can't feel optimistic about Paul George. I just don't have that connection with him. And then who? Everybody's a free agent, or it's guys like a Dembono where I'm like, I don't see anything progressing with this guy. So when I read that article, I was like, I need this to stop now because I don't need people saying, you know what? He's right. Look at what they did against Boston. And if they just have one guy off the bench and maybe a shooter, like we did the same thing about the Phillies. If you just had one bullpen arm,
the Phillies had gotten there before.
Yeah, the Phillies are a different fan
base.
base.
Difference.
I think there's more Venn diagram overlap, but they're a different fan base in the fact that they've seen it.
Exactly.
They saw a World Series appearance. They saw a banner raised.
Sure.
Right? You won the National League. This fan base is now going on 26 years since the second round. So, like, and I took some heat from Knicks fans being like, you guys, because I said, a joke, well, you guys haven't won anything in 50 years. The last time you won the East, it was even further ago than the Sixers. They're like, yeah, but we were there. I appreciate that. And I'm trying to give them flowers. Like, the NBA is much better when New York is good. Let's face it. You want the Knicks to be at least contending. Good for them. Yay. You're also welcome for half your team coming from Villanova.
Right.
Someone pointed out
them losing, by the way.
Someone pointed out to me, and they're a Philly guy that lives in New York, so he's had a real tough time.
I would imagine.
But he was like, he pointed out, he's like, there have been 4 championships for basketball in Philadelphia in the last 50 years. 3 of them for basketball, a basketball championship.
3 Villanova.
3 for Villanova, and 1 from the Sixers. So Dr. J has 1 of them, and Mikal Bridges, Jalen Brunson, and Josh Hart have the other 3. And I was like,
Rolly Massimino. And
when you
Jesus.
put it, I was just like, that's tough.
Yeah, it is.
Those guys have 2 championships right there. But for me, it's like it's hard to say run it back or any iteration of that kind of phrasing because there's nothing to run. You're running back the Phillies because you're hoping to capture that what you had in 2022.
Yeah, you're running back the Sixers that have not gotten out of the second round. They just got swept. And so, like, I can't say, well,
So
there is some things of optimism
that's where it's
to
a tough
build
pill
off
to
of.
swallow.
Like, they
There's
got swept and they got crushed.
Yeah.
They had no fight, and there was no heart in their effort. There was no effort. So
19 points after the first quarter, and we're talking about optimism.
You really have to just go look at game 2 and think, I'm just going to ignore the other 3, and I'm going to really focus on game 2.
Man, that's really focusing. And you know what?
Hyper-focus.
And that's why I compare it to the Phillies, because a lot of people, they did beat the Dodgers in the one game.
Oh.
Yeah, and then
exactly.
they lost the other 3.
And how did they lose the other ones?
The same ways they have
the
been
manager
losing.
who's now gone, who played,
And the bats went cold.
Who couldn't
and
play
there was
chess.
and there was a bullpen malfunction.
Same
stories. Just a different year,
Awful.
different team, different opponent. Yeah, the Dodgers won the World Series. You know who didn't win the World Series the previous year? The Mets. You know who didn't win the World Series the year before that? The Diamondbacks.
You were just Don Mattingly away, though. We're good.
Magic Mattingly.
Right.
All right, coming up next. Tony Jones, he wrote the big article. We speak to him about it. Is there change coming for the Philadelphia 76ers? Should they change for the sake of change? We get to talk about all it next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Moves to be made. I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is starting to evaluate what moves they will make this offseason. They're currently evaluating the job status of Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse, and Brian Windhorst talked about that future yesterday on ESPN.
He has 3 years and $192 million left on his contract, which is a new extension, which will begin next season. And that is why I can promise him he will definitely be back. He is not going anywhere.
That on the future of Joel Embiid. So it sounds like there is some hamstrung nature to the Sixers situation as well. Tony Jones of The Athletic also reported on some issues between players in the front office following the Jared McCain trade this year. He will join us coming up next for a deeper dive into that report. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. The biggest internal question will be the future of Trevor Zegras, who's scheduled to be a free agent after his 67-point season in his first year in Philadelphia. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch for them is at 6:45 this evening. Zach Wheeler is on the bump for the Fightins. And the NFL schedule release is just 2 days away, but we do already have some information on the Eagles. They will play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. Your Turkey Day just got busier, Philadelphia. Amy Fadul remains with us for the remainder of the show. And as mentioned, Tony Jones of The Athletic joins us next. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
have to say. Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
Did the Boston series, games 5, 6, and 7, make an impact to you as a Sixers fan where you think there's still something in the tank, this group? All right, that's one question. Do you have any optimism with this core, mainly because of games 5, 6, and 7? And then how are you feeling if nothing changes at all?
They got it. Look, like, I can just pray for change and just pray that we're finally going to get it. And hearing Ramona yesterday, and I did hear it going into the gym, and I was a little depressed. I watch Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City plays like just a.
Well, they can do all kinds of stuff.
They can. They're so versatile. But it's such a well-oiled machine, too.
That's because they built a great roster. Shea could do everything. They have shooters. Chet Holmgren could do all kinds of stuff.
Correct. They're fast, though. The style of play is so engaging and entertaining. And the style of play, when you've got Joel Embiid, the style of play is, honestly, I don't like watching it.
Why would a change necessarily have to happen? Because I'm watching a baseball team in this city that decided not to make any changes for 3 straight years, and I've watched them go backwards for 3 straight years.
And then they keep doubling down on, let's just keep it. They keep adding old man contracts to that team, saying it's eventually going to work. It's not.
Now back to the show.
Yep, a lot of Sixers talk today, but real quick, an update on the Flyers, the orange and the black.
What?
Amy, last week, you missed an all-time call. I forget the guy's name. He had the tinfoil cap. This was Friday.
It was GP.
Friday.
Was his name.
GP was his name.
Believe.
Friday morning, there was a reason why my local ShopRite was out of Reynolds Wrap on Thursday when I went to the store.
GP bought it all?
Because GP bought it all. He was wondering why Owen Tippett was not playing and why they had not announced anything. He goes, well, just saying lower body injury in the playoffs is not good enough. I think something must have happened off the ice. And we were like, no, he's hurt with still a chance to come back, which is why they're not announcing it. He did not want to hear it. He was full on.
We thought he got in a bicycle accident or something?
like full on, that's happened already in this city. Full on.
We still don't have that solved. Still not solved.
I didn't even think of that. I was thinking about how would you injure your lower body?
Unsolved mysteries.
It was a running accident. I'm sorry.
Head.
Owen Tippett.
They just put out a statement. His statement. He was unable to return for the second round series due to internal bleeding that he sustained during the first round series versus Pittsburgh following a series of medical evaluations.
You could see him get hurt in the Pittsburgh series.
Yep.
It's not like it was a
walk it off. Yeah.
Walk off internal bleeding. Come
bleeding.
on.
Those guys
I thought the hockey guys were tough.
They are tough.
So Owen Tippett, breaking news. It had nothing to do with off the ice. It has everything to do with he got hurt and was dealing with internal bleeding. That's why Owen Tippett never returned.
And that is
hopefully GP is listening, John.
That is a hockey guy.
Like that was the funniest thing.
Remember we had a caller the other day who was telling us that something tells me that there's something else going on. Like there's something going on here that we're just not being told about the Owen Tippett situation. And I'm like, there's nothing.
Like
what are you talking about? Nothing being something.
And
not being
let's
told.
be honest. If we've learned anything in the last, I'll say year, but really 6 months, there's very little secrets that are out there in America.
Yes.
Everything comes to light at some point. So like the foil cap, I appreciate you guys thinking there's always some bigger picture about some injury or your player not being available or some closed door meeting that you thought happened and they're talking about. Everybody finds out something.
Yeah, but
we'll always find out. There's going to be pictures.
I'm going to blow you away. A.J. Brown really doesn't want out of town.
I don't. Is that? Are you sure?
Yeah, you started it. You and your people and you and the media.
Us.
How dare you guys?
How dare us?
It's you guys who did it. AJ wanted to stay.
He loves
He's
it.
being run out of town.
All right, before we get to Tony, let's go to Will in Brookhaven. Will, you're on the Fanatic. What's up, Will? Hello.
Hi, Will. You've been holding. We're ready for you.
Come on, Will.
Will. Yeah, see, Will was holding.
Put Will on hold.
Come on, Will.
Will.
All right.
He was holding. He was ready to go, but he was talking to somebody else, I think.
I tried
We tried.
We got yelled at for not taking enough calls yesterday.
Will, hang on.
tried.
We will come back to you, Will.
Why don't you guys take more calls? I go to Will, and Will's, out in the wilderness somewhere. All right, joining us now.
Here we
on
go.
Kincade Salciunas. It's a Tuesday with Amy. Amy Fadul in studio with us. His article made its rounds yesterday from The Athletic. It's pretty cool that a certain show in town has been speaking to him all season long.
Yes, now he's the hottest
Love that
guy
show
in
every
town.
morning.
That morning show on 97.5, The Fanatic, has been talking to Tony Jones all year long. Tony, what's up, man? Good morning.
I feel like I'm family at this point. Do y'all have like a refrigerator I can just go in and
dude,
get,
anytime.
a couple orange juice?
Anytime you want to.
Anytime. You name it. I have an orange juice in my garage fridge that I think has been there since Christmas of 2024. So it's all yours if you want it. I stare at it. I go, I'll get it next time. And
you
then
won't.
I find it the next time.
And you just shove it right back.
All right. So
next time you go jogging, that garage orange juice is gonna be jogging with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Tony, you had the big article, man. So credit to you. There's a lot to unpack from it. But let's start with the future of the Philadelphia 76ers and the front office. I know you said that they're going to be talking a lot this week about what they need to do. So I'll ask you to read the tea leaves a little bit. Do you believe that Daryl Morey will be the president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers in the 26-27 NBA season?
I truly think that it's up in the air and that it's 50-50. I think what I do know is that he is conducting business as usual. He conducted player exit interviews yesterday, and he is in Chicago conducting, franchise business in terms of, at the draft combine. So it is business as usual. I do know that, ownership is going to take, a few days, or however long ownership wants to take, and really evaluate, if there should be a major move one way or the other. But I mean, we're looking at, evaluations of Daryl and also evaluations of Coach Nurse. And I think that, as I wrote, I think that they're compelling conversations, to either bring back or not bring back both guys. So it's going to come down to, what ownership feels is the best course of action, and I think that process is underway, and it's going to take a few days.
All right, then I'm asking Tony Jones this question. What's the case for Daryl Morey to be back?
I think the biggest case for Daryl Morey to be back is that this is a cash-strapped roster, right? I think we all know that.
Created by,
yes. That's the other case. So this is a cash-strapped roster, and there are two ways, in my estimation, for this roster to improve significantly. One is VJ Edgecombe develops into a superstar or a star or an all-NBA level player. I think that that's one plausible way for this roster to improve significantly. I think the second plausible way is you nail all of your draft picks from here to smithereens. And Daryl Morey's arguably his biggest strength as a GM at this point is his ability to draft. So I think that that's probably the reason why you would want to bring him back, in terms of, this team has the assets at this point are draft picks. There are a lot of second round draft picks over the next few years. There's a first round draft pick this year. There is the Clippers draft pick, unprotected, in 2028. There's an unprotected pick swap in 2029. There are your own first round picks. And if this roster is going to get better around the financial constraints of Joel Embiid and Paul George, that's the way the roster is going to get better.
Tony, one of the things that was troubling, though, to read in the piece is that, again, it seems as if players within the team were upset that certain players on the team feel that there are different rules for them as far as whether they're supposed to attend meetings and everything like that. What went on April Fool's Day?
Well, I mean, you know, in the story, I mean, there was an emergency team meeting at the team hotel. There were, you know, certain players and there were coaches, and, you know, they expressed frustration over the way the season was heading, and the fact that, you know, their player participation among multiple players was lacking. You know, so no locker room wants to have, you know, because I've been in locker rooms. No locker room wants to have one set of rules and then another set of rules. The reality is this: it happens because, you know, if I'm the 15th guy, guess what? I can't fall asleep in the team meeting because the third or the first or second, third guy can probably fall asleep in the team meeting, if that makes sense. But if the locker room is going to exist the way a locker room should exist, on the aggregate, things have to be the same. There are certain things that can be different, but on the aggregate, things need to be the same. And I think that there was some frustration expressed for that. I think, you know, obviously, you know, wrote in the story, it came close enough that, you know, there was going to be no team shoot around that day. But shoot around was saved, and, you know, and players went to shoot around, and you know, the Sixers actually got better from that day. That was April 1st. I'm not sure, you know, I can't speak to whether that was the reason, you know, that things kind of got better. But, you know, you listen to the players and you listen to some of the comments, some of the subtle comments over the course of the season, and even some of the subtle comments on Sunday. We went through a lot. This team went through a lot. How much adversity we went through. This was a tumultuous season internally for the Sixers. And, you know, and I think the fact that, you know, this team did win 45 games, did get to the second round of the playoffs, I think that when you look at some of that stuff, you know, just from that perspective, not overall, but from that perspective, I think it was a better season than it was last year.
Going forward, it's going to be something. Also, hi, Tony. That is going to is that the evaluation process of this roster, and I don't just mean the stars and what you have to do with the contracts and whatever else. There wasn't enough down that line. There wasn't enough behind, you know, probably 4 players as far as going forward. When you think about the front office, confidence level that you have in them to find enough, because you look at the teams that are winning right now in the NBA, and they're not 6 deep. They're 8 deep. They're 9 deep. And I know the rosters and the rotations get tight in the playoffs, but you need to have players available so you're not having your stars play 45 minutes. Going forward, who's making those decisions, and what are those decisions going to be as far as what they need to get better? Because you can look around the league and just say the Sixers just don't have enough down that line.
You know, I think that this is such a great question, and I think that the answer is so convoluted. I think that one of the things that has made Daryl's tenure unique in Philadelphia is that the NBA changed over his tenure, and this is what I meant. In 2021 or 2020, was it 2020 or 2021? I think it was 2020. This was a top-heavy league, right?
Yep.
You know,
there's like 4 teams.
You get 3 guys at the top of your roster, 3 great guys at the top of your roster, and that can carry you to a championship. And you fill in behind the first 3, right? And it's just no longer like that. I think the way you win in the NBA has changed over those 5 years. you look at the San Antonio Spurs, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and you look at the New York Knicks, who, in my opinion, have been the three best teams in the postseason, or the three most impressive teams in the postseason. What are their characteristics? Those guys are 9 or 10 deep. They are super versatile. They shoot the heck out of the basketball. Obviously, San Antonio is an outlier because they have an alien. They have multiple ball handlers, and they have guys who can scale up and scale back defensively. So what does this Philadelphia team have? It has one very, very, very dynamic point guard, one very dynamic rookie. It has, Joel Embiid, who is still, to his credit, one of the best scorers of this generation, but has been so compromised defensively as opposed to his prime. One of the things that I thought was not talked about with Joel in his prime is how good a defender he was. I thought he was the second best rim protector in the league.
He was like an all defensive. You're exactly right.
Yeah, and he's just nowhere near that anymore. Nowhere even close to that anymore defensively. So this team needs shooting. This team needs, 4 or 5 more rotational level players. It needs a lot more depth. It needs a lot more ball handling. It needs, I think, what hasn't been talked about, the roster really lacks dynamic passing. I think your best passer on the roster is Joel Embiid. And, in all respect to Embiid, that probably shouldn't be the case. So there's a lot of work to do on the roster. You've got a really dynamic backcourt that I think has a chance to be one of the best backcourts in the league. You have Joel Embiid for whenever he's healthy, and you have Paul George, who right now I think is a dynamic role player. He's not a star. He's a dynamic role player. So you got to find a lot. And, if that's Daryl in that seat, he's got his work cut out for him, because there is such a gap right now between the Philadelphia 76ers and the New York Knicks. And I don't think the Knicks are going anywhere for the next couple of seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Tony, this is going to be a little long-winded, and I apologize, but I want to go back to 2 questions ago when John asked about, the April Fools, and you were talking about how certain players are treated differently. That's not something totally new in sports, but going back, there was a time where Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons were 100% treated differently by the franchise, by the leadership group of the organization, because they were supposed to be the saviors of the franchise following the process. So from what you were saying, just me picking up on what you were saying, it sounded like it was a really long year for a lot of the guys on this team. Do you believe, and I know we throw culture out all the time, but there's a team down the street that prides itself on culture, and they're the most successful one right now in the Eagles. Is this a player culture issue? Is this a GM/president of basketball operations culture issue? Is it a coaching culture issue? Or is it the overall organization that set a certain standard that's not really working out well for this organization?
I think if you look at the 76ers this year, I think you can probably safely say that not everybody was pulling in the same direction. Everybody wanted to go in the same direction, and that's towards the championship, right? Like, if you look at the 76ers down to a person, from the top of the organization to the bottom of the organization, from Daryl Morey on down to the video coordinator, they all wanted to win a championship, but they weren't pulling in that same direction. And I think that there was some acknowledgement of that. I think Embiid himself acknowledged that, and he said it, in a couple of quotes. One quote that I thought was pretty eye-opening to me, he said, everybody has to get better. Ownership on down. Ownership, players, coaches, including me. Everybody has to get better. Everybody has to look in the mirror. Everybody has to say, what can I do to get better? Because And I think that's the one benefit of what happened in New York. What happened in New York is one of the most embarrassing things I've seen to an organization ever. You lost a Game 4 on your home floor where you gave up 144 points in a playoff game. Think about that. They gave up 144 points in a playoff game at home to a team that's one of your main rivals, whose fan base comprised of probably about 70% of the fans in the building that day. It doesn't get any more embarrassing than that. And if that doesn't make you say hard truths or tell hard truths to yourself, then nothing will. So I think that's the first thing that this organization has to do. They all have to get on the same page. I don't think they were all on the same page this year. And I do think that behind the scenes there was, I don't know if misery is the right word, there's a lot of adversity for sure.
Yeah.
Well, what was the page that they weren't on? Is it it's my team versus your team? Is it this is what I want versus this is what the organization want? Like, obviously Embiid was open about not wanting to trade players away. Like, I'm trying to figure out what were they not on the same page about that could have led to this kind of disconnect?
Well, I think that when you look at, some of the players, and then I think you look at, the coaching staff, I think that there was some not on the same pageness there. I think that Embiid is not on the same page with the front office in terms of what happened at the trade deadline, and I don't think it was just Embiid. In fact, I know it wasn't just Embiid. I think and it wasn't the fact that the front office traded Jared McCain. That wasn't. I know people report that that's what they were mad about. They weren't mad about that. They were mad that that Jared McCain was traded as much as they liked him, but nothing else came back in. Right. That was it. And here's the same thing. I know for a fact that Daryl Morey had multiple trades lined up for guys to come in that fell through, and one in particularly that fell through that the front office thought was going to go through. And that's what I mean, right? Like, they were trying to get to the same place, and it just didn't work out, and it created internal conflict. So the players were upset that McCain was traded away, and he was a helpful piece, and nothing, and a helpful piece didn't come in. But the front office was like, yeah, we tried to make this happen, and it didn't happen. So somewhere along the line, lines have gotten crossed and communications have gotten crossed. And when you see the teams that compete for championships, nothing's ever going to be perfect, right? You get a team together for 7-8 months in an 82-game season, and what you hope is a 16-game playoff run. Lines are going to get crossed. Nothing is ever perfect, but it has to be as close to seamless as possible if you are going to win a championship. If you look at the Denver Nuggets, the year that they won a championship, they were pretty close to seamless. And then the very next year, the coach and the GM started hating each other, and it got to a point where the coach and the GM were both fired on the same day the next year. So, it has to be, the communication has to be there, and I don't think that communication was anywhere close to where it needed to be with the Sixers this year.
So let's bring them all back. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. We appreciate all the information, buddy.
Great article in The Athletic. Check it out, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon. Thanks, brother.
No problem. Thank you so much.
There he is, Tony Jones. I'm glad that nobody's on the same page, and yet they might all be on the same team still.
Yeah.
I don't feel better after talking to Tony. I actually feel worse. I feel worse.
I feel like we're all in it together. Does that help?
No.
Oh.
No.
No, that
because I just feel
I think that he was trying to point out that there were this is not unusual. It's just concentrated here. That's kind of the takeaway. Like this happens everywhere, but it keeps happening here. You know what I mean?
Here's what I worry. Front office or people above Daryl Morey go, well, it's not his fault that the trade fell through, and they might be able to make that trade happen during the offseason, and let's see what that product would have looked like over 82 games. And then we're doing it again.
I mean, obviously, the complete counter-argument is like, it wasn't 82 games. You'll never get 82 games.
No, of course.
That's what Tony was saying. Is like, you're looking at the best iteration.
How about 55? How about 60?
Don't hold your breath.
Exactly.
Coming up
We're
next.
getting 33.
Let's get some reaction to that text line.
Of all three, you got 21.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You got 21.
That, and Amy, I know you loved watching the Sixers on Mother's Day. Will you love watching the Eagles on Thanksgiving? We get into that next here on The Fanatic.
Dan White and Associates have helped people for almost 4 decades to figure out their finances. Whether they're younger and they're trying to figure out how to buy that next house or how to pay for college educations, or whether they're trying to say, how is retirement going to look? I know I dream of golf. I dream of pools. I dream of travel. Dan White and Associates helps people with their dreams, and they help people find certainty in their financial future. So they host these educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can go and have a great meal, and you can listen to a talk, and you can hear what they do. Be a passive listener. You don't have to get involved. And then afterwards, you can schedule your own complimentary, no-risk consultation where you can have a private conversation about your money issues. Whether you just want to set up financial guardrails so you can save for your financial future, or whether you're looking to actually get advice on how is that retirement actually going to look, or can you stress test my retirement plan? They do it all. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com. You'll feel better. Once you have the first conversation, it leads to a second. And once you have those conversations, you'll feel better. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com on the web.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Sixers fallout continues. I'm Connor Thomas, and the fallout from the Sixers' second-round exit continues as the team is starting to evaluate what moves they will make this offseason, the tumultuous season, as you just heard us talk about Tony Jones of The Athletic with, and there's a lot to consider. What's the future of guys like Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse and their job security here in Philadelphia? Ramona Shelburne joined Middays with Marks, covers the NBA for ESPN, and talked about her gut feeling on Daryl Morey moving forward.
My gut says yes, and I also just, why would a change necessarily have to happen? I'll say this about Bob Myers. I don't think he wants that job. He's not trying to take over as the president.
So, could it be Daryl Morey continuing? We'll keep an eye on the Sixers as they evaluate that throughout the week. The Flyers brass will meet with the media today as they start to talk about their offseason plans. Biggest internal question will be the future of Trevor Zegras. He's scheduled to be a free agent after having 67 points in his first season here in Philadelphia. The Phillies start a series with the Red Sox tonight up in Boston. First pitch is at 6:45 p.m. this evening. Zach Wheeler takes the ball for the Phillies. And the NFL schedule release is just 2 days away, but we've already gotten some information on the Eagles. They will play in Dallas on Thanksgiving. Your Turkey Day just got busy here, Philadelphia. Amy Fadul remains with us for the remainder of the show. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, it's 9:35
Amy
here
could
on
do
Kincade
that.
It's a
and
dumpster in a
Salciunas.
bag.
That's good
I
work,
say that
Amy.
all the time in my head.
It's the cadence,
I
too.
see.
You have the
it is.
cadence
It's a
down.
dumpster in a bag.
Yeah, you have to have the little pause.
My
It's good
favorite
work.
thing.
Little pause.
My favorite thing.
Thanks to Tony
marketing.
Jones, by the way. Tony was
Good stuff.
great.
Make sure you check out his article. It's good.
Check
Really
out
good.
his article. Check out the interview if you missed it, or if you want to go back and listen to it, you can on 975thefanatic.com. We'll also have it on our YouTube page. I'm sure Austin will put it out there. And make sure you're listening later on with Middays with Marks, Johnny. Because Howard Eskin.
What?
Is this allowed?
Howard's coming on?
Is going to be joining Middays with Marks coming up at 12:25 today. He put out a tweet yesterday that he what did he say? Life support.
Life support.
Life support for
Yes.
both Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse. So Howard Eskin will be joining Middays with Marks in the 12 o'clock hour today. 12:25.
Intern for Howard. So I can tell you, I survived that. He was a good person intern for. He let you do stuff. He let you
That's
do
always a
things.
good
Oh, well, that's good.
You know, an
Yeah.
intern that lets you.
Yeah.
Like, he puts his interns
wanna-
to work. It was good.
You want to get. That's how you get the experience.
Exactly.
That's how I got my experience. And then somebody complained a couple years later that they worked too much and didn't get paid.
And that's killed the intern program.
Why'd you complain about that?
Oh, I didn't. I got hired.
Yeah.
That person was also upset that they didn't get hired.
They hired some dopes.
Says the people that are currently working here.
I'm going to say. Some dopes.
Hey,
We're self-aware.
Not you.
Self-awareness.
longest tenured
is
employee
key.
at the Fanatic, baby.
It's amazing.
All right.
It's a moving target, so be careful.
Yeah, I know. Amy, Thanksgiving. We find out yesterday that the Eagles will be taking on the Cowboys in Dallas, of course, on Thanksgiving. And one of our questions is W or L?
Do you remember who the last time they were down there was 2015? Who was the quarterback?
For the Eagles was Sanchez,
Gardner
right?
Minshew.
Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez.
Yeah.
Oh, for Thanksgiving.
Sanchez.
It was the Sanchez.
And then he did
I'm
the,
thinking
he
of the
did
Christmas Eve
he
game.
had karaoke. He lived
Listen,
up those
I was
3
gonna
weeks.
say, has there ever been anybody that enjoyed their status as a Philadelphia
He was drunk
athlete
outside
for,
of Geno's.
for just this tiny little bit? 3 weeks. He was riding high.
Well, no one
Garrett
got
Stubbs
stabbed.
would like a
no one
word.
got stabbed, so that's good news.
I
That's
mean,
a great
just really
That's
a
good news.
concentrated time. Like people enjoyed their time here, but it was spread over years.
Yeah.
This guy was here for 3 weeks, and he got every experience he had. Where did was it Yakitori Boy? Is that where?
Yeah,
was?
he did the
Was it
karaoke there.
Yakitori
Great
Boy?
spot.
He was drunk
Great spot.
outside of Geno's.
I mean,
with a bunch of people.
The only thing he was missing is like doing shots of Jaeger in the Northeast, like at a gas station. That's it at 5 a.m. That's the only thing he missed from his tour here.
Now, if he was the Eagles quarterback right now, Larry Krasner would have had him out on bail. So he'd be out. He'd be ready for week 1. So we're set. He could get back.
I appreciated that he really went all in though. Like,
He
let's
did.
get the full
He was
Philadelphia experience.
Well, he goes all in wherever he is. Wherever he is, he finds
amazing.
his way into it.
Yeah, we won't hear his name this year. will we?
No.
Not unless you're watching like the true crime novels.
Amy, so Thursday, Thanksgiving Thursday.
4:30, which is an odd time
Favorite
for like
time.
but like as a planner of the meal,
What time do you
right?
guys usually
A
eat?
lot of people eat around the 4-ish time.
Yeah, we're usually a 3-4 o'clock family.
Right?
We're
That's
like
a lot-
3.
Yep, the game's going on.
I just scarf it
4:30 is
down.
the game.
You
though.
scarf it down.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait.
So then you're like, you can't scarf down Thanksgiving. First of all, that is a.
Whoa, have you ever seen me eat?
I
ate an
have.
apple in
Wait a
45
minute, though.
seconds.
Wait a minute, though. Let me ask you this.
But Thanksgiving is an all-day feast.
But do you do the appetizers early, correct?
Correct.
Then you
That's
eat
like a- it's like a-
if you sit down to eat at 3.
You should be done and ready to go.
But
See,
are you one
we're
of
at
those?
4 o'clock.
But are you one of those families that does? Christina has already said so. 4:30. Okay. Dessert will be halftime of the Eagles.
Well, no, I'm going to plan
Because
everything
we
based
don't
on
do
this
dessert-
4:30 timeline now. So everything will be wrapped and ready, and we'll be cooked. We'll be
We've
done.
seen
Yeah.
families though that do dessert right after everybody eats the meal.
I've done that.
Yeah.
We do not.
That was the
We
Salciunas
always
Thanksgiving.
have a delay before
Well, it's
dessert.
probably more helpful. You probably eat less.
Yeah,
dessert.
yeah.
Like dessert. Like
Most people just go straight
we always
through.
have a. We used to have an
It's a
open.
day of gluttony, John.
we used to have
just
it, but we used to
pile
have an
on.
open house thing where people would come over for dessert.
Right. Yes.
And just
'Cause
have
you've
that
had
way-
time to and now it's time to catch up and
So
mingle
everybody
and
does
visit.
their own things for Thanksgiving.
Right, and you visit
and
over
come
dessert.
over and watch football.
Yeah, no, we're
and-
kind of like it's pretty soon after, and then once you've settled in, now it's halftime. Then you go back, and now you're having.
So do you like it?
I do like it.
Because we love it.
The 4:30 time, I'm like, now I have to backtrack every.
You like it. Connor's out. Well, he's going to watch, but Connor does not like that
What
they're
do you mean
playing.
you're out?
Plus, he got
Too
turkey
much going
trot in the
on, man.
morning.
Too much going on.
What else is going on?
I
It's
gotta
turkey
go-
Trot
giving.
in the morning.
I go to 3 different houses for Thanksgiving.
You need to go ahead and button that up.
I can.
Yes,
Talk
you
to my
can.
family. I get invited a lot of places. I'm
That's
popular.
the thing. Sure.
And what
That's why.
what did we tell you this morning? You have 6 months
You got to button that up, friend.
to let them know, hey, this is. I need to be sitting down on the couch
I'll
watching the
handle
game.
it on
on
There's
4:30.
one thing I always tell students when I go to talk to students at Temple or to
Yes.
Rowan or wherever I'm getting to speak. And thanks for everybody for always having me out. It's
They
always really
love
great.
talking to you, too.
It's working in this industry because of the hours we work. We work holidays.
Oh, yeah.
TV's on all the time, right? Sports are always happening. Holidays, this is a prime example. You have a built-in excuse. You don't want to go to that third nephew's birthday party.
I watched the game.
Sorry, I got to work.
Yep.
So button it up,
Yeah.
Connor.
I'll try.
Button it up. This is part of
I
your
feel
job.
By the
bad,
way,
though. I want to be with family.
Letting you know now, we're working the next day.
There you go. You got
Yes.
to button
I'm
it up.
working that day.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'll be
button it
doing
up.
pregame.
I usually take Black Friday off. I usually work Thanksgiving because mornings, whatever.
Well, Black Friday was super busy last year. Everybody played on Black Friday.
Yeah, exactly.
See, now the last couple of years, you've done Thanksgiving morning. I do day after because I do the run on Thanksgiving morning,
right.
Turkey trot.
which I've enjoyed. Yes, I've enjoyed that. I don't do runs like he does, the 10 miles.
Are you doing?
That's
Oh, yeah, you did
nutcase
the-
stuff.
Well, you did the Broad Street. Well done by you.
Really good stuff.
Good news is we'll be talking about a W.
But by the way,
Yes.
there's-
Oh.
just so you know, Amy, we had a
Or
lot
an
of
L.
people chime in that
That's how it works.
They don't like it because they don't want to have to be invested, which I also understand. One of
They
my
just
favorite
want to
things,
watch the Lions and the Cowboys and not be like.
and
eh.
I get that. Like,
Yeah. I think you're a little bit invested in the Cowboys game, depending on who they play each year,
yeah, but
because
like,
you want to see if they're any good.
what one of the guys was saying on our YouTube chat was like he's also with family that might not be the biggest football fan, so now he's answering questions that he normally doesn't want to.
Button that up too, friend. Okay, this is a time for decisions to be made.
See, that's the crazy thing to me, too, is I just never, I guess my family's more blue collar, like football and Thanksgiving is just implied.
But I think that he's saying people might have it as background, but he's going to be locked in every down. Jalen Hurts, and there's going to be a guy being like, "Hey, yeah, what do you think about
Our holidays
gas
are not
prices?"
our holidays are not a Rockwell, like everybody dressing up in their nice sweaters and sipping cocktails.
We were away last year, and it was actually fun to have other people
Yeah.
invested
Oh,
in your
there
team
you
too.
go. All right, coming up next, speaking of the schedule, we get all of it Thursday night, and we'll react to it Friday, W's and L's. I think John is going to have the Eagles winning double-digit games. And I know it because of your second email where you have sent me strength of schedule that you're all excited about. So if you're buying into it, that means you think they're going to win a lot of games.
No question I do.
We'll talk more about that next here on The Fanatic.
Let me just tell you that I think so much about it. I can't wait to see, and I bet the season over-under totals on the BetPark Sportsbook and Casino app. Yes, Andrew, I will be betting that the Eagles will win double-digit games this year, and I can bet individual player performances all throughout the basketball playoffs and the hockey playoffs. And with golf, we got a major in town this week, and yes, I can bet golf on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. New users also can play casino games on it, and they can get 250 bonus spins on the hot online game, The Sweetest Collectum, plus up to $1,000 bonus back in your first 24 hours. Plus, all your favorite casino games and your favorite sports are right there on your phone whenever you want them. It's easy to load up your account. It's easy to get paid when you win. And there's always other ways to win. Individual player performances are great, too. If you don't like the spread in the game, who do you think's going to do well in the game? It's almost like playing fantasy sports on your phone. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, Michigan, or Maryland. New users only. Terms and conditions apply. See betparks.com for details. Hey, if you have a gambling problem, please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
97.5, The Fanatic.
Sometimes the random conversations off the air are better. What happened to the China cabinet?
She's so Southern.
I have a China cabinet.
Amy is so Southern. I like knowing.
There are traditions that continue with me that have been passed down to me by my grandma, by my mom.
But you are Southern.
I mean, I was born in Virginia, correct?
Which is definitely Southern.
It tends to be down that way. They will identify
They're still
that
fighting
way.
the war in some of those parts.
Some of them are. Good luck, folks. It's over. You lost. But yeah, no, I mean, I like that. I think it's still kind of a fun thing to carry on, the China tradition, the silverware. It's real silver, and it does live
But
in
you
it.
have it passed down.
I have
Is
it passed down.
anybody creating a new China cabinet?
I mean, around here, no. I don't think it's a. No, I shouldn't say that. There's some, because I know I have some friends that, that where we live, that's kind of something that their mom did, and they're from
On the
here.
main line, you will find.
Well, I'm sure, yeah. But yeah, I think
you
it's.
don't see me walking around those
napkins
parts.
are your Thanksgiving napkins when you're using your good china.
Do I have linen napkins?
Are the linen napkins? Do they have like a?
They have a ring.
A ring, yes. I knew it. Okay, I knew it.
These are very rare occasions I get all that stuff out. I don't get out the silverware, but you have to polish that stuff.
I said you have the velvet
you have
holder
to. That's
for
where
your
you have
silverware.
to keep it.
Guess
Otherwise,
what,
it gets
Guess
tarnished.
what Mother's Day napkins we use at the Salciunas house?
Well, now I use like
Mom
whatever
on them from the dollar
No,
store.
I use whatever we left. We
Dollar
got,
store.
Good.
But just regular white napkins
But you
that were
got
a dollar.
those.
But they're heavy.
the napkins we use are either A, paper towels, or 2, whatever we got extra from like the restaurant or fast food place.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. I have a drawer of like Chipotle.
Because they give you like so many, and I'm like, well, we're not wasting
Not
these.
wasting these.
Yeah, there's
Right?
nothing
Put those
better
in the
than-
middle of the table.
Nothing better than randomly opening the drawer. There's 8 chopsticks that I have still in the packaging.
Still in the package. You
And I
never
go,
know when you're going to need it.
I might use those one day, so they're going to
You will use it for something else. I will tell you, I've used chopsticks to get stuff out of things, to help with toys. Fix.
MacGyver?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I had to mark my sprinklers once. I used skewers.
There you go.
Because I didn't have the flags,
We,
so I
like,
just put skewers in
Plants
the
are brought home from school. There's your little stick handing to make the plant grow. Chopsticks
man,
left over.
Junk
You
drawers.
guys-
That's why we
you know
have
what?
That's why it's called a junk drawer.
I don't know which one of you I want to run the Sixers. Whether I want Amy to
The
run
junk
it or
drawer?
Andrew to run it, because you two are displaying something right here.
Well,
that
one
I
of us
don't-
can be
that I-
Daryl, one of us can be
Yeah,
Elton.
but you know what I'm thinking is though. No, because I need both of you to work. I need to know. I need resourcefulness.
I'll take the vacation.
I need resourcefulness. I need resourcefulness, and Connor, an example of what I need. I need new ideas, and those two just spit out a bunch of stupid new ideas. Now they're stupid ideas, but they're fun.
Hey,
and I
Yeah.
want new ideas. I want new thought process.
I think that's fair.
I don't want old thinking.
All right. Speaking of thought process, you love this Eagles strike to
I
schedule.
love it.
This is your.
Oh, I love it.
I have to say, I love, and I did a deep dive because I was on with you guys the first time we looked at the Sharp football.
Warren Sharp, yeah.
Uh-huh.
The fact that, and I talked to Dave Zangaro that day because I think I did Bird's Huddle, and I was like, we have to talk about this. And he said, I know. The fact that it took this long for somebody to figure out we should do an aggregate of what the odds makers are talking about rather than the traditional is wild to
Yeah,
me.
he's the
like Dave and
best.
I were talking about it. Dave was like, of course that you should do it that way. Like, why are we just now in 2026 thinking like, hey, maybe we should
Vegas
like.
Well, he's
knows a
been
thing
doing
or
this.
two.
Warren Sharp's been doing this a long
He has.
time.
He's a
but
great
now he
resource.
but now his star
Yeah.
has risen to
It
where
was a great piece. It's really well done when you look at it, and it doesn't mean it's a complete 1-to-1 prediction, but I think it's a much more realistic opportunity for what you're going to see from the teams.
But here's what the Athletic did yesterday. So they put on Warren Sharp's piece, and then Dork Boy took it extra yesterday. At this time last year, the 49ers, Patriots, and Saints were expected to have the league's easiest schedules.
All right.
All 3 of them beat their Vegas win total expectations.
Love that.
The Giants, Browns, and Lions projected to have the most daunting schedules. And the Lions shockingly missed the playoffs. The Giants won fewer games than expected. And the Browns were the only one of those that barely beat their 4.5-game win total, snuck by.
Yeah, they had a
with the
great
upset.
year.
And they snuck by at the end. But they beat their 4.5-game win total. So just to look at that.
Oh, that's true. They did.
In the last, if you go by the same metrics, in the last 5 years, the teams that have the 5 easiest schedules, all right, will exceed their Vegas win totals better than 80% of the time.
And the Eagles
Last
are at
5
what,
years.
11 and a half?
5. Yeah, but they're 5.
Right.
Yes. So just saying to you, when you have an easy schedule, last 5 years, whatever that Vegas win total is, 80% of the time, they're going to exceed it. And if you have a really tough schedule, it's going to kill you. So just so you know.
I know that John.
I love it.
We'll just have to figure out. So their win total is 11.5. You have them at least winning 12 games. So I have this year's way of trying to figure out John's W's and L's.
I was going to say, you're trying to.
I know that John has at least 12 wins.
No, you know what I'm going to do before Friday? I'm telling you before Friday. I confirm that.
All right.
Okay, confirmed.
You just made my life easier because I have found tricky ways to get you to do W's and L's. I know that you have at least 12 wins.
So you're going to sneakily ask.
I just got to figure out which 12.
Right.
Or you got to figure
out the L's first.
Yeah,
I
think Amy's smarter there. See, this is why you and maybe a tandem. We take over the Sixers. Andrew,
open up that junk drawer and see what we got. The junk drawer's got
Andrew and Amy.
Random duck sauce in it. It's got a battery that you don't know if the battery's good or bad.
Chip clip.
I just threw out
dozens of
soy
chip
sauce
clips.
packet.
No, Christina has the battery holder that looks like a toolkit.
See, that would be helpful. That's not what the.
And you can automatically test the battery right
I have
in the
that
top
downstairs.
of it.
That's in my tool drawer.
Oh, she's got a little
But
cabinet
my junk
holder.
drawer, I have random batteries.
There's a rubber band in there.
Random charger cords.
It sounds like the Sixers roster.
Broad Street run. My bib. I was like, oh my god, wait, I don't have anything.
Safety
junk
pins.
drawer. Found my safety
pins.
All right,
genius.
Amy, you're the best. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
We have Middays with Marks coming your way next. Johnny Marks, Sean Brace, and don't forget they have Howard Eskin joining the show today, Johnny, at 12:25.
Really?
Howard Eskin,
Genius.
Middays with Marks, 12:25. Talking more about the Sixers. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We're back at it tomorrow. Connor, you're leaving today?
Yeah, I am. I'm
Bye,
shipping
Connor.
up to Boston.
Have a great trip.
Have fun.
I'll bring back
Safe
a couple
travels.
of wins.
Throw the tea
Thank
into
you.
the water or whatever you do up there. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow here.